Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And as the price here for oil now tops $100 per barrel and the highest prices at the pump in 7 years.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. When President Biden gives his first State of the Union address tonight, Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. will be a First Lady's viewing box, along with a number of other guests, highlighting themes in the president's speech, including the Intel CEO, who recently announced a big investment in semiconductor manufacturing, a 7th grade diabetes advocate, and a college student who's also a parent using a tuition-free child care program that was part of a COVID relief package. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day. I'm the owner of Guam's largest tourist attraction group. The pandemic's been very tough for all of us, and particularly for my team members. So I'm really appreciative and grateful for the PUA assistance to our team members, and more recently, the SVOG federal grant that allowed us to reopen these facilities and re-employ everyone at a critical time when PUA ended. From myself and my team, on behalf of all of us, thank you for the federal funds that allowed us to reopen.
The federal fund you provide saved many jobs. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We employ about 35 technicians for our shows. Thank you for the federal funds. It kept us going.
Thank you for helping with the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for helping to save our jobs.
Thank you for the federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Georgia's new election maps will take effect as a federal judge throws cold water on the timing of challenges.
A U.S. district judge in Georgia says there is no time to make changes to a map of state legislative and congressional districts set by Georgia's legislature and signed into law by Governor Brian Kemp. Georgia is holding primaries this May. 6 different lawsuits were challenging the new map, claiming it disadvantaged minority voters and thus violates the 1965 Voting Rights Act. Each state is redrawing maps for this year's elections due to the U.S. Census revealing population growth and shifts.
Fox's Evan Brown, the judge says his decision allowing the maps to stand for now should not be considered the final ruling. New York Republicans nominate Congressman Lee Zeldin to challenge Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul in November. Zeldin winning more than 85% of the votes at the state GOP convention. Other candidates still have a chance to petition their way onto the ballot with a statewide primary set for June. A 19-year-old launches a social media account to share the flight paths of Russian oligarchs.
The teenager, who became famous for tracking Elon Musk's private jets and posting the locations on social media, is back at it, but this time against Russian oligarchs. 19-year-old Jack Sweeney telling Bloomberg News that he's now created the Twitter account RU Oligarch Jets after receiving requests to track some of Russia's wealthiest as the Ukrainian invasion continues. So far, Sweeney has tracked and posted flight routes of helicopters, private jets, and commercial-sized airplanes of many prominent Russians. Last month, Elon Musk allegedly reached out to the teenager, asking him to stop posting his flight plans, even offering him $5,000 to do so.
Fox's Mike Gunzelman. An hour to the close on Wall Street, the Dow's down 556. The NASDAQ and the S&P also tumbling more than 1%. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Raise your glasses for a toast, because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Hafa-day, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Today at 6:06, I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. The big story today is the 10-cent increase to the gallon of gas. The local stations increasing the price at the pump yesterday. This has to do with the rising cost of oil in the region and throughout the world. Motorists noticed the first of the signs shifting yesterday, displaying $5.49 for a regular gallon of gas, with the price going up to $5.89 for Supreme and $5.91 for diesel. Meanwhile, the administration is planning on rolling out a gas voucher program that would give up to $300 to help cover the cost of fuel. The program to be covered by federal pandemic aid, but Senator Jim Moylan is asking that more people be made eligible for this assistance. He's asking the governor that while he agrees the need to provide some direct aid to individuals under a certain income level, he recognizes the middle income earners continue to be forgotten when it comes to local relief packages. He's asking that the governor consider increasing the income threshold for her program. Now, the governor last week said that she would be extending the direct financial aid program to give 3 months of fuel vouchers to probably about 55,000 people, and that would be $100 a month for up to 3 months. It was the first meeting to take place since the controversy surfaced over the former Contractors Licensing Board Director Buddy Orsini, and taking swift action yesterday, the board voted unanimously to rescind actions taken without formal board approval. The actions related to the contractor's license status of Menzies Aviation and Technologies for Tomorrow. Members agreed that the two companies did not have licenses with the board. It was JMI Edison and G4S Security Systems that took up appeals for the government contractors or contracts, arguing that the companies didn't qualify for these contracts because they weren't licensed. The CLB management and staff will still have to complete their findings and investigations into the license statuses of the two contractors and then present those findings to the board for action in March. We'll have more news right after this. The vaccine mandate was canceled, lifting the requirement for individuals to show proof of vaccine when they dine or enter into certain establishments. And now the governor says that she's amenable to lifting the mask mandate, but that will be if the data on COVID-19 hospitalizations, deaths, and positivity rates support it, she says. The governor's office yesterday didn't give any specific targets as to when or how the mask mandates would be lifted, but the governor has been eyeing the positivity rates and the low hospitalizations. Meanwhile, from the JIC report this morning, there were 2 more COVID-related deaths reported, bringing us to 330. The first one was a 39-year-old man who was pronounced dead on arrival at the Naval Hospital. The patient was said to be unvaccinated and also had underlying health conditions. The second on the report was a 46-year-old man who was fully vaccinated without a booster shot and also had underlying health conditions. There were 273 new cases from about 1,600 people were tested, and there are 30 people in the hospital with COVID-19. And another robbery reported, the second in as many days, this one taking place on Monday at the new EPOW store in Tamuning. The owner of the store reported the incident took place about 11 p.m. on Monday night when 2 armed men entered the store and demanded money. They made off with an undisclosed amount of cash. Anyone with information is urged to call the Guam Police Department. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Is that the one with the machete story on the Guam Daily Post?
Machete, and the second individual appeared to have a gun.
Okay. In as many days?
In as many days.
In as many days. How does it? Journalists like to do that. I don't know what it is. Just put that in there. 30 in as many days.
I just like to do it because it irks him.
among many things. All right. Is it weather time? I'm sorry, I'm distracted. I'm looking at the United Kingdom, and they have just effective today. It's a brand new story here. Regulations making COVID-19 vaccination a condition of deployment for health and social care staff.
Oh wow, the whole kingdom, right?
They're breaking. I mean, pretty much everything in the United Kingdom.
You mean they can go back to being heroes?
Exactly.
Yeah, well, they're heroes again. Give them back their capes.
Way to go. Hey, here's the weather today. Scattered showers mainly before 10. Partly sunny with highs near 87 degrees. How about let's hear it for yesterday, huh? Can we? What a great day! It started off, rainy and snotty, and then Governor Gutierrez was throwing some shindig for GVB up at Arunau, and he says, hey. We don't need the rain here this morning, and it was gone. Turned into a fantastic day. Decent sunset last night. What do we got for today? Partly sunny with highs near 87 degrees. East-northeast winds up to 20 miles an hour. Gusting as high as 28. There's scattered showers, mostly cloudy skies in tonight's forecast. Overnight low should be about 77 degrees. Winds east up to 16 miles an hour. Gusting as high as 23. Tomorrow is Thursday. Partly sunny in the forecast with mostly cloudy skies at night. Heat index today about 90. Still rip current and high fire danger rating are in effect right now, so be careful in the water and on land. Pretty much be careful everywhere, I guess, is what we're telling you here. Sunrise not till 6:37. The sunset tonight is at 6:29. Hashtag tell the others. There's news and weather together on The Point. Brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67.5 years.
Go green. Go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Be in the know. Want to keep your family safe from high-tech trouble? Introducing Bark Jr., a new online parental control app that's free for GTA wireless and internet customers. Bark Jr. monitors apps and social media, manages online screen time, and filters websites to protect your family from inappropriate online content. Sign up for any GTA postpaid wireless or internet service and get Bark Jr. for free today. Call us at 671-644-4482 or visit us at gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Yeah. Welcome to the program. No, it's not time for that yet. I got to tell you. First of all, portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Wendy's. What's for breakfast at Wendy's? The new hot honey chicken biscuit. That's going to spice things up for you. All white meat breakfast chicken fillet drizzled with hot honey sauce, served on a warm, fluffy buttermilk biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new hot honey biscuit for breakfast. Only at Wendy's. We got you.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Gumbo on the screen right now. So why am I putting gumbo on the screen right now? Because in Nolens, it's Mardi Gras, and they are celebrating Mardi Gras out in public in front of God and everybody for the first time in a couple of years now. And then it got me thinking. There's New Orleans today holding its first full dress Mardi Gras since 2020. And I was talking last night with a buddy of mine who's actually from Louisiana, and I said, "Hey, are you my friend?" He says, "Yes." I said, "Well, why aren't we eating gumbo right now? Why have you not made me any kind of gumbo at this time?" And he kind of looked at me like it would be easier for him not to be my friend than to explain why there wasn't any gumbo in front of us. But why isn't that a thing? Why isn't that a thing on Guam?
I don't know.
You'd think as much as we like the stuff that goes into gumbo, we'd be eating it more often.
I don't think I've ever tried any of that.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
No, I've never.
So it's a fairly easy, I'll say it's fairly easy, but I think the first part of it is kind of intimidating because you got to make like a roux.
Oh, a roux.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you use a mirepoix?
You have to make a roux, and for some guys, yeah, that's what's that? You roux the day. But for some guys, that's just it's just impossible to do. Yeah. You just go, wow, I think I'm burning something.
Yeah.
There's going to be burning something, and if you don't do it right, you're gonna screw up the rest of it. And every attempt that I've ever made in my life to make a decent roux has failed, and it's the kind of fail where it's like people say, "Stop making that. You're not good at it. Stop making it." Yeah, roux and the Holy Trinity, says Nick Perlowski, and the Holy Trinity, real Joe, is
mirepoix.
Mirepoix.
Is that what it is? I don't know, man.
Jesus, Mary, and
I've been
Joseph
watching too much.
is the
Isn't
real
it
Holy
carrots,
Trinity.
celery, and
Come on.
onions?
I believe it is.
Is it? Yeah.
All right, you can throw other stuff in there. Anyway, we'll play it right. I'm just saying, we need to make this a Guam thing a little bit more often. We got to, there needs to be excuses to be able to put stuff like that together. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray, but you know that because it's written down in front of me. The other folks don't generally get their names on the screen. Montecillo Tyron will take care of news and headlines for us all morning long. All the big stories that we're going to be talking about, and I'll do my best to throw in a couple of things that maybe aren't part of the actual headline cast. Real Joe gets the phone when you call it 888-8255, 888-TALK. There's multiple ways that you can reach us there. Facebook Live, YouTube Live, thepoint.gu, and on Facebook. Don't forget, we've got that meme machine going, 797-8255, and loads of memes coming in here this morning. Some of them I played during the commercials and the break, and I'll stick them back up as the morning goes on. Love this picture. It's a picture of Putin, and there's a dog relieving himself on that picture of Putin. What were you saying?
Rude, Ray. Rude.
Are you thinking we're holding Putin maybe to an impossible standard?
I thought he was making a mustache.
Yeah, well,
that's what I was looking at too. It's a mustache.
I was wondering what if he's really the good guy, Ray? What if they're making him out to be the bad guy? He's really
it's the media. Guy. So you're what I think I hear what you're saying. Man. What I think you're saying here is there's a possibility that maybe he's getting that Governor Cheeto treatment. Unnecessarily, yeah. There he is, just trying to have a good time. See after security of the North Islands with the police and the police boats and his family and a bunch of friends and loads of food and coolers that he charged the people of the CNMI for.
It all comes back.
Here I am trying to run an island, and there's Putin just trying to run a country.
Yeah.
Why do you hold us to these You know what? When they said you are the vectors, not the victims, right? When they said that, they meant that in the nicest way possible. When they said winter of death, hey, it's something. Enjoy your winter of death. Hey, let's hear it for all of that. Ponder. Welcome, as I said, to the show. Lots and lots to talk about, and a lot of things, unfortunately, to make frowny faces about. I've been warning you, and I feel like that's going to be a continuous process in this show now. Here's where we are. When I first looked at it this morning, West Texas crude was trading at higher than Tapas. It was over $105 for West Texas, and the price of electricity already high enough. But the way things are linked together, and the rolling 10-day average on the price of oil, and it's all been going up. And I wonder when they're going to have to say we need another look at the LEAC. I know we just had one. Just put it in place in February, but the crazy rise and the instability of oil these days is just freaky. Right now, West Texas trading at $103.71. Anybody remember the last time they saw West Texas crude over $100? Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah, let's go.
Hey,
man.
State of the Union address. Maybe it'll come up. You suppose?
I kind of remember it was around that area about 20 2007-ish?
I think I know. I'm thinking it was 2004, along those lines. In that time
and that was
region,
a very scary time. Too.
They were very, very scary times. But I don't remember the price of gas being up as high as it is now. TAP is trading at $104.05 today. That Azerbaijani Azure Light, still the most expensive oil on the planet at $105.65. It's just crazy expensive. And now we're seeing other crudes. If you go to oilprices.com, where I get my information, if you go there, you'll be able to see there are a whole lot more brands of oil from around the nation and the world that are, again, going through the absolute roof here. And I don't know what to tell you. I wasn't surprised. Obviously, when I saw the price of gas shoot up to let's call it $5.50, guys. You want to 5.48 and 9/10 of a cent? We'd make that into 5.49. But really, it's $5.50 a gallon for gasoline. When it's all said and done, that's the number that you've got to keep in your head. And so that $300 that the governor wants to give the poorest of the poor, the most vulnerable, they wrote the Beatitudes for them. Right in the Bible, right? The Beatitudes. That was for all the people that that are going to be able to get that.
The last will be first.
Yeah, that $300. It will now buy about a gallon less than what it was going to buy just 24 hours ago. So it's one of the big stories that we're going to be talking about today. Anybody with ideas on how to mitigate that? How are we going to mitigate the skyrocketing cost of gasoline at the pumps here on Guam? I think I'm going to start riding mass transit, the Guam Regional Mass Transit Authority. I think maybe it's time that we start. Oh, I've used that joke 100 times in the last year, haven't I? And it still doesn't. Hey, Richard Imanes, what have you been doing with GRMTA? What's going on there besides the idea that we might change the name of it now for whatever reason? Hey, we'll rebrand it, but it will be the same for, I suppose, many, many people. Kind of a unreliable, kind of shaky system. Only use it if you have time. Kind of a system. At any rate, maybe there's got to be another answer besides, let's give everybody $300 of federal money and see if that helps out, because I don't think it's going to. I think there need to be more longer term ideas on how to make things a little bit more efficient. Certainly more efficient for people to get around. Here's one. Here, you want to do this? Is another one that we talked about. How about we make it so that the traffic lights. Right? How about we get traffic lights and then road construction? Maybe there's another way that we need to do road construction. They're doing some on Marine Corps Drive right now, and it's one of those. It's something about the wavy nature of Marine Corps Drive, kind of that up and down, where you come up on the merge. And you don't see it coming for like a mile. You don't know there's construction. I'm talking about you come down John F. Kennedy, and then you're going up the hill, and then just as you're about to get next to the old JMI where the mobile is up there, then there's the sign that says, okay, the left lane is closed, right lane is closed. Okay, and then you got to merge in an awful big hurry.
Evasive action.
Oh my God, yeah. And there's guys, and we don't know how to zipper merge in this town. We suck at zipper merges, and so the guys are kind of looking at you. And girls, showing you lifting up their blouses. Let me in. Do you see me? Let me in. Because I know you're not looking at my signal light. Do you see me now? Let me in. And you don't. There needs to be more warning signs along the way. And don't say left lane closed. I can't process that. You need to say get into middle lane,
there
Raymond.
You go, yeah.
In fact, use my name. There needs to be a sign. It needs to know when my car's coming up. It says get out of the outside lane. Pick any other lane, because the outside lane is going to end right here. Just give me that kind of information, so we're not all just sitting there, sucking gasoline at $5.50 an hour, and not moving. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. We're gonna gasoline refugees. Say good morning to other gasoline refugees here.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. See, our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
them all in. But yeah. But, or put a guard and reserve guy there, so he can look and say, okay, there's nobody coming. All you guys over here, go. You know, remember like after all the typhoons and all of that stuff. I like that. Nick Perlowski this morning saying, what is this signal light you refer to? What is it? They don't have signal lights where you are, Nick. Come to Route 8, where we have all the it's a great inventory. It's
Nobody
like,
else has any because Route 8 has them all.
Has them all.
We took all of them.
It's a huge inventory of signal lights.
We're hoarders in Barragata.
For all of your signal light needs, come to Route 8 and enjoy getting stuck in traffic about every 100 yards. 6:26 in the morning. Rico B, big man, comes in at number 1 today. Colin Clark in the same breath. I see Patrick Bumba is there. Pretty Sarita Garin and Anthony Bennett Lujan Duenas. Way to go. Let me see. Renee Lau, my accounting buddy, is online here this morning. Pam Duvall, the mom of the program here today.
Good morning, Mom.
Ma, it's always nice to see you. And we got to get something going here with Sarita. It occurred to me as I was looking in the kitchen this morning, we got just a ton of her kitchen stuff.
Oh boy,
pots and pans and things like that.
I need to send it back so she can make more food.
Well, yeah, there's gumbo.
That's why we don't get any more, Ray.
Catalina Pinal Rios is online here this morning. Dennis Benzer, day 3 of keto. Congratulations, buddy.
Good morning, DB.
Is it bad that I'm down 6 pounds already?
Hey, wow.
I don't know. We got to find, where's the guy?
Hey, good looking.
Hey, where's Ken LG? Find Ken Leon Guerrero. He's the keto guy
Find
around
what's
here.
left of Ken Leon Guerrero.
Yeah, and we'll let you know. I mean, it's 6 pounds in 3 days.
Wow, bro. Impressive.
What, now, what are you eating that is, I'm just wondering, is it possible that there might be some explosiveness that is going on here that is attached to all of that? Hey, that's one way to lose weight. Bob and Connie Bartonico are online here this morning. Sarita says, looking forward to this weekend fun. Oh, what are we doing? Where's that? I didn't see anything in there talking about this weekend fun.
She's always getting into something, man.
It's Thirsty Thursday, a day early. How about that? Bill Petit is online. Ismael Velez and Jerome McDonald hanging out with us. I already said Patrick Bamba name, so I'm not going to say that again. Gemma Bustamante saying, good morning, and it's Ash Wednesday. Let's make them Lenten sacrifices. Gemma, I'm busy this year for Lent. Could you make a sacrifice for me? So, I mean, whatever it is that you're going to be doing.
You're going to outsource that, Ray?
Plus one of mine. How about this? Would it be a Lenten sacrifice if I said I'm going to stop drinking seltzers?
Yes.
Yeah, even though I don't drink them anyway.
Right.
I don't. I tried once.
That won't work, dude.
It just is, because it comes in the same size can as beer, and so when I open it up and it's not beer. It just, just kind of throws me off. I know it. God is not asleep. Ken Brown's online. State of the Union message at 9 Eastern time. Are we gonna have a watching party? We ought to make a drinking party. Every time he avoids talking about Afghanistan, the leaky southern borders of the United States, the lousy economy, Ukraine and Russia, Hunter Biden. Every time he doesn't say anything about that, let's have a drink. You know what I mean? Just don't wait for him to do that. Ooh, wait a second. There might be some. Look it up this morning. See Google State of the Union drinking game, because I'm sure somebody's already got something like that, or State of the Union bingo. Right, so when he starts, like Kamala Harris, and when he mentions Kamala Harris, then you fill in a spot here and see who can get all of the spaces filled in what has got to go down as the most depressing State of the Union address. Can you imagine what has he got to talk about? What does the Biden-Harris administration have to boast about? What'd you find, Joe?
There it is. It's the ultimate State of the Union drinking game.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Whose administration was it made in? Was it? But WhatsApp it to me, and I'll see if we can put it up on the screen so we can see. Dale Audette is there. Ray Duckanayawa saying good morning to all. Buddy. Margaret Estacchio is there. MJ Borja, Dennis Larson. Oh, we were talking about helping people out. Dennis Larson wants to help out the poor farmers out there. Jerome says I can't wait for the gas price to go up to $7 a gallon, and hopefully Biden gets the message to open the Keystone and on the U.S. oil leases that they've got going on. Nope, not going to happen. Not going to happen. This administration is hell-bent on killing the oil and the coal industries. All they want to do is go after clean, green energy. So unless we can figure out a way to make your car run on kelp and algae, I think it's going to be a long slog for all of the rest of us. I think the idea is, oh boy, gasoline costs so much money. I better buy me an electric car and plug that into the garage at night and let it charge. Two things in my head here. It's got to get the charge from somewhere. You will be transferring what you pay in gas to what you pay in electricity. And what did I tell you about West Texas crude? It's going up, so the electricity is going to be going up as well. So try to figure out in some kind of cost-benefit analysis what exactly the return on investment, if any, is going to be in going electric. Might be fun, might be fashionable, might be groovy. Hey, look, got an electric car. Can you pick me up? And then there's the other thing is with these electric vehicles, and I don't know because I don't own one. But the question that I have is, those of you out there, one or two of you here on Guam with actual electric, not hybrids, electric vehicles, the question that I have is how are those things on recharging? Are they like my phone? You know, where after you charge them a certain number of times, the charge gets lower and lower and lower, and pretty soon you're walking around with a juice box and a cable connected to the phone and the juice box. Is it like that? And then you've got to replace the batteries. How much is all of that? I mean, I'm willing to have the discussion. I just personally just don't think it is the be all end all solution. Ken Brown says he's given up milk for Lent. Abadjani Martinez, it's nice to see you. Giving up. Dennis Larson says, I'm giving up mask wearing for Lent.
Good man.
You know, it would be funny, except Dennis Larson, I've never seen him in a mask. I mean,
wow,
in
you're
2
right.
years, COVID-19, pandemic, I don't know that the man owns one. He might have one of those cool, like, gaiters that all the motorcycle riders have.
Yeah.
You know, the one that makes his face
That
look like it's the bottom of the skull.
Yeah.
Right? And he's got the helmety thing going on. But I don't know that I've ever seen it with a mask. Thank God Lauren Michelle doesn't wear a mask. Don't cover that pretty face. Sarita says, yes, please, more eligible, please. Middle-class earners are working hard to keep the economy moving and are getting crap. Somebody else will make a good point on this, and I hope I'll see that in a second. Sabine Chargaloff is there. Joanne Titano. Senator Vince Borja online here this morning. You know, at some point, Vince, you and Sandra and John Ananich and Dave Duenas and Jess Lon, you're going to need to get some of these point listeners / we're running for office people on the air so that you can humbly ask for the vote of the people, but tell them what it is that you want to do when you get in the legislature, i.e. Part-time legislature. Joe Dizon is there, Patty Cruz, and Jennifer Leon Guerrero Mendiola, half a day. Rico B says, middle class suffers the most whenever we have dumb leaders. Absolute fact. We are the producers, bro. Gerald Young, and Kenneth Polino, Keenan McCausland. I see Ken Brown. 40 days till Easter. What's in your basket? Rainbow eggs. Hey, Jason Dinkle is online. Montesilva Tyrant is there as well. Ken Leon Guerrero says, all in gas cards. Don't cast your vote without one. Buying her way into Adelup, one tank at a time. But like I said, with every passing day, remember now, it's March 2nd. It's still another 13 days, about a fortnight away from when you'll be able to apply for these gas cards or whatever it is, these vouchers that they're going to be giving out. And at the rate that the price of gasoline has been going up, $300 is buying a smaller and smaller number of gallons every single day. Do the math. Carl Meyer is hanging out. Oliver Malakas. Dennis Larson says 100% accurate, Ken LG, and she's using your money to do it. Not in this case, Dan. I think we're using federal dollars to be able to buy those votes. It kind of makes you wonder why they go to the States and talk crap about the U.S. and the United Nations when not only are we hungry for all of those federal dollars, but we'll be more than happy to spend those federal dollars to get ourselves reelected. Sarah Lake is online. I see Joe Cruz is hanging out with us. Rico says $6 a gallon by summer, half a day. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Red Queen. Bill Wyndham is there. Carl Meyer, half a day to Heather Perez, and Mark Voitlin from in his exile position. Looking forward to seeing you out there somewhere. Sarah Lake, Sarah says there's even such a thing as keto gumbo. And yes, it can be just as delicious. All the shrimp, sausage, chicken, spices, okra, and all of that goodness. You just don't put it on rice if you don't need to. Post Canteen, roux, equal amounts of fat and flour. Holy Trinity is onions, green peppers, and celery. Not carrots.
Who said that?
Not carrots is in there? I always thought it was carrots in there.
I did too. I don't know.
I'm giving back my kitchen.
Like what kind of peppers? Like bell pepper, green pepper? Or
green peppers. Not like
pepper?
Not Donny peppers. No, I don't think we want anything like that. You can spice it up if you want it. Johnny Martinez, here's a beautiful missive. Good morning. Enjoy the gift. That's why they call it the present. No parting in the house of the people. No, I don't know what you're trying to say here, John. You had a good start, and then you hit me up with one of these words, P-Y-T-I-N-G. You know, whenever I put something like that in Wordle, it shakes a little bit and says there's no such word. Okay, gotcha. And a Wordle in 4 today, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. And I got to tell you, if you've done it already, then I just want you to think of me when you get the answer, okay? It's probably what you already think of me. Anyways, Mike Grace Blas, Milia Feisen, oh my God, Buenos from Phoenix, Arizona. Still sad that Lou is a loony. Who are you talking about there? Lou, who, baby? Tell me more about Arizona. Tell me about the price of gasoline, because ours just hit $5.49 a gallon yesterday. Haven't had a chance to see what a gallon of milk is going for in the stores. But, hey, we've finally got construction on Marine Corps Drive. Gerard Estoy, Senator Jesse Lujan is online. Looking down the list. Tessa Nuke is checking in. Marie is there. Dennis Larson, this is interesting. I saw something like this yesterday, and I'm wondering how much this is going to unravel and whether it gets discussed at tonight's State of the Union address. Dennis Larson said the Ukraine has all of the dirt on the Biden family, who received billions from the previous administration for favors. How much of that is going to be coming out soon, or is that just another one of these crazy conspiracy theories that are thrown around? The Ken LG says, GRTA, the arthritic turtle with dementia. I don't know where you're going. Do you recognize your neighborhood? Because then I'll drop you off. Is it like that? This is the point that Sarita was making, and I think it's an interesting point, and one with which we can launch the rest of the program fund. The $300 gas doesn't serve the middle class, the hardworking group who chooses to work. It's unfair. It's possible that money is going to be gone, and everybody's going to have their hand out. But golly, there are already a number of resources that folks that are means tested are able to get, and many of those are supported by people in the middle class. And we are just as impacted in the cost of everything going up as those folks. We need to put a little bit more conversations about parity in the mix. The same way that the Department of Education, Ed Board, is entertaining the notion that, we need to take a look at the teachers' salaries because teachers are our heroes. And give them a raise and give them, let's see if we can justify their continued existence and a desire to work in the Department of Education and not go to work for the Dodea schools. And then they say, and then we'll give everybody else a raise too, because everybody in the Department of Education is hardworking, blah, 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 blah. But I'm here to tell you that the teachers need to be separated from that group and be treated a lot more spectacularly because of the effort that goes into becoming a teacher and maintaining your certification so that you can stay in the classroom and do all of that stuff. It ain't the same as the cafeteria, ladies. I'm sorry to tell you. 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. Montecillo Tyrant's got that first big look at news and headlines, and if you're ready, if you're done with your Wordle, then go ahead, let's get it started. Havamana, what happened?
Well, gas is up 10 cents a gallon. Mobil was the first to raise it yesterday. It now costs $5.49 or $5.50 a gallon for regular graded fuel. The Guam Contractors Licensing Board quick to take action on some things, rescinding action by the former CLB director, Buddy Orsini. One thing members agreed on, though, that there were a couple of contractors that were, in fact, not licensed and shouldn't have gotten a couple of GovGuam contracts. Those were Menzies Aviation and Technologies for tomorrow. The matter will be further reviewed and findings presented to the board for action later in March. And Adelup says that the governor is amenable to lifting that mask mandate, but it will depend on data on COVID-19 and hospitalizations, deaths, and positivity rates. The governor wants to see those numbers continue to go down. No specific benchmarks, though, were given for the mandate to be lifted. Meanwhile, from the JIC report, there were 2 more COVID-related deaths, 273 new cases of COVID-19 out of 1,600 people who were tested and 30 people in the hospital with COVID-19. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
Tease. You know, I could consider lifting the mask mandates. I might ponder that if the numbers continue to go down, if it looks good. What are the metrics?
Yeah, exactly.
What's there? When? I don't know. In the next couple of weeks, next month, we'll look at the
Maybe
numbers.
when 99.9% of the people are vaccinated.
Forget that. People that aren't vaccinated aren't going to get vaccinated.
No, I know.
Just to lose the mask. We just suffer the nonsense for us. It's like wait it out. Maybe it'd be like in England. You had all these people that were forced to get vaccinated, or they'd lose their jobs. Not even a testing option. And now they've made the announcement that they're going to be rescinding that towards the middle of March. And I'm sure that there's many people that are happy. I'm wondering if the folks that got fired as a result of not living up to that vaccination threat, are they going to get their jobs back? As you say, do they become heroes again? So I don't know. I think it's just a big tease and made up only because they had to come up with some kind of response to Jimmy Craig Moylan's email that went out yesterday saying, are you going to lift the mandate? Because everybody got this video of you dancing at this party with
what
without
I
a
wondered,
mask.
and we didn't get to ask the question, was with the lifting of the vaccine mandate, how does that affect GovGuam employees who had previously been required to either get a vaccine or get tested? Does that no longer apply to them?
Again,
yeah, there was no word.
We'll have to look at the data. We'll have to take a look at the data over time and see if the numbers go in the right direction.
Come home.
Millie's never coming home. Millie's going to come home for funerals and weddings. That's it now. I mean, she's out there in Arizona.
She's got her business already starting.
Yeah, everything. She's got someplace to live, got a roof over the head, got a car to drive to the store where everything is priced like it was on Guam 2 years ago, and gasoline at a fairly reasonable price, and a power bill. She said her power bill's like $80.
Wow.
And we have never seen anything like that. So you just all of those people that you chased away ain't going to be coming back anytime soon just because you lift a mask mandate. 6:42 in the morning. John is on the line. Good morning, John. Welcome to the program.
Hi, Ray. Man, I'm laughing at all your numbers that are being thrown out there.
Oh, sorry. Am I going too fast? Do I need to slow down on the numbers? 550.
No,
I'll read them out like lottery numbers in the States. The number is 550.
I think the data is flawed. Anyway, my case is this. I'm a patient currently up here at GMH. I came in with some serious breathing issues. I ended up in ICU. Oof. Then I was put in the COVID ward up here in the third floor, Med Tele. So now I have COVID.
Oh, hell.
So we have very limited outside contact. I mean, no family members, nobody's in here. So you only got the four walls and the ceiling to look at. There's no TV, there's no entertainment, nothing. The Wi-Fi here just cuts out every 2 minutes.
Oh, no.
But here's my problem. I'm put in a diaper because I'm bedridden. I soiled myself. I called the call button. I got answered. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Well, be right there. Your nurse will be there. 6 times I called. An hour and 40. This is on the 22nd now of February. An hour and 45 minutes. This was 6:30 to 8:15 in the morning. Nursing assistant comes in with a tray of food, and I asked her, "Are you here to help clean me up?" She goes, "Nobody told me." I'm like, "Excuse me." So, of course, she helped clean me up. Fine. You know what? On the 26th, it happened again, Saturday. This time, 2 hours. I'm forced to sit or lay in my own excrement for 2 hours. That is just outright abuse and neglect. It's disgusting. It's so unsanitary. Again, I've been calling the call button, then they answer. We'll be right there. Yes, you're informed nurse. 2 hours, nobody showed up. You know what I mean?
That's inhuman. Wrong. It is inhuman, as they say, unconscionable.
Somebody needs to come in here and investigate what is actually happening. You know, of course, there are cross-contamination protocols. The door's closed. I'm in my room alone. When they come in, they're supposed to don and doff their gown, mask, shield, and gloves. When they exit my room, they're supposed to doff it, take it all off, and throw it in the bin before they go to another patient's room. That's not what's happening here. The same gown they just used in one patient's room, they're using in my room. The same gown they're using in my room, they go to the next patient's room. cross-contamination.
Yeah, and I mean, you didn't have COVID when you went there, but now you do. I wonder if there's a connection.
No, really. And the only thing they're supposedly changing is their gloves. I mean, there's just so much happening here that nobody seems to care. I asked for the charge nurse. No charge nurse comes to see my concern. I asked to talk to patient affairs. Monday, yesterday, nobody shows up. Nobody seems to want or interested in what is going on in here. And to me, I am just totally infuriated, Ray. I am infuriated that we are being subjected to this type of treatment. When we are sick, our health conditions are not up to par. I mean, I can't even just get up and walk. I can't even breathe right, eat and breathe. You know what I'm saying? But I'm subjected to this type of treatment.
We are just as outraged as you are, John. Just as outraged as you are. We will start making some phone calls and finding somebody that is responsible for something as simple and it just seems to be part of the process. If a patient soils him or herself, somebody needs to right away come and take care of that. It is inhumane for them to make you suffer and sit for hours in your own excrement.
Ray, that's only the tip of the iceberg. If somebody was to come in here and actually dig, they would actually find a lot worse things happening. Now, I am pissed. I am truly pissed, and I hope the governor's office is listening. I hope those senators that we elect are listening. You know what I mean? People of Guam got to wake up. This hospital is not a no-touch zone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We put people in here to take care of our people of this island, not to line their own pockets and ignore us as patients. I got some true health concerns. I could possibly die at any minute. And here I got doctors downplaying my health concerns. Excuse me? Because you want to release a bed for another patient? 4 days later, I'm back worse off.
Right.
I have a bleeding issue. One doctor comes in and says, there's no evidence of bleeding. Have you looked at my lab numbers? My hemoglobin is extremely low. My red blood cells are extremely low, but I don't have no bleeding. You test my poo, and it's positive for blood twice. I changed that doctor out. You're not here for my health.
Yeah. Or perhaps maybe shouldn't be working with patients at all. If the first step wasn't even to look at the chart that's in front of them. 647, John. Let me ask you a question. I'm sure listeners are thinking about it. Any chance you might be able to get me out of here? That's what GMH stands for. Get me to Hawaii. Can you get to GRMC? Is there any chance that you might be able to get referred out?
Twice I was sent to the Philippines. When first time I was sent to the Philippines, they actually had me walking. And then because everybody was so tunnel vision in your breathing issues, COPD. Well, guess what they found in the Philippines? I had a serious coronary artery blockage, so I have a stent put in. Dr. Naval over there goes, you don't have any chest pain or nothing? I said, no, there's no upward sign.
Yeah.
So this is something that could have been caught here on Guam, but was not. I had to go off island for it to be caught. I dodged a serious bullet there.
Well, I'm sure oh, my God. Tell you what, John.
I'm back here at GMA was subjected to the same idiotic treatment. You know what I mean? This is just outright, just uncalled for, man.
John, I appreciate your story. It's harrowing. This is why you take care of yourself, guys. And I've got your number if possible. I'll see if there's somebody that can reach out to you.
Just jumping right now.
I can hear the alarm go off.
Yeah, and the nurse is trying to calm me down right now, but I'm beyond calm down, man.
John, let her give you care. As I said, I've got your number, and we'll see if there are people that we can talk to that can help.
I hope so, Ray, because things here got to change, and they got to change quick, because people are dying left or right.
Don't you be one of them. Don't you be one of them.
I'm trying hard not to, but it's hard to fight the powers that be. Especially when a doctor comes to you and says, oh, we need a bed, or hey, we're short of blood. Excuse me, I'm a patient that needs that blood. Why are you telling me you're short of blood? Get me the damn blood.
I wish you good luck, John. We'll talk again soon. Take care of yourself and keep us posted.
All right, Ray.
All right.
Have a good day, man.
I will. I'm gonna side with the nurse on this one, John. I want you to calm down. I can hear the alarms going off in the back, and I think you've started a conversation, certainly amongst us, that we'll see to conclusion.
Bring in the federal government, man. Take over this hospital. Do something, man. People of Guam, they need better than this. They deserve better than this.
John, our prayers are with you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, sir.
You have a good day now.
10 away from the top of the hour. Let's take that break.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
9 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm sorry, I just kind of flabbergasted at what we just heard. A guy is in the hospital, clearly needs to be in the hospital, bedridden, can't get up and hit the chemin on his own, and so they put him in diapers, and then after he's soiled them, he's forced to sit there hour and a half, 2 hours, waiting for somebody to come in there and clean it up. He's pissed, and I'm pissed for him. And I'm sitting here going, who do we know at the hospital? And the fact of the matter is, we know the same people that are already there that are presiding over this. A phone call to them would be meaningless. It wouldn't accomplish anything. And it's funny because Mon and I, at almost the exact same moment, hit on the only person that we can count on to get anything done in this town is Carl Gutierrez. Call Carl and say, somebody has got to go and look in on John. And I'm not saying make the guy a VIP. He's not the only person at the hospital, but at least look in on him and assuage his concerns that from now on, when he presses the call button, somebody will do more than just call on the intercom and say hello. 6:52 in the morning, 888-8255. Love to hear your comments on all of that. We are going to take just a quick look at what's going on in traffic here this morning, because that's important as well. We've got traffic up at Anderson Air Force Base, things running fairly busy through there. It started busy up in the Dededo and southern Jigo areas. Looking at traffic on Route 3, Maiwood, a pretty road, and you might get to spend a little bit of extra time on it because it looks like things are starting to slow down around Ukadu and around the intersection there. Upper Tumon traffic, mostly intersection traffic, 10 and 15 running fairly busy this morning, busier than usual, and things look like they're going to busy up over Big Navy in Sumai. There's your right now traffic. This is The Point.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Howdy and half a day, folks. KFC's Colonel Sanders here. KFC is your go-to place for Lent. All of my delicious KFC Lent favorites are back this season, including the seafood Kelguin, popcorn shrimp, the seafood twister, the wasabi fish sandwich, and the fan favorite, the KFC shrimp burger. And just like my famous KFC chicken, the entire Lent menu is available for delivery. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
I see it. Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at Nissan. I was going to put something up on the screen a few minutes ago, and it was so cool because I was going to put it up on the screen, and then this Nissan ad pops up for the Ninja deal, and I thought, maybe I'm going to save that for the next time I get around to doing it. Nissan Ninja sale going on. Actually, it's kind of continuous. The Ninja, I can't say the words now. I just got so much in my head. The Nissan Ninja is back, slashing used car prices up to 40%. You can save up to $14,000 on the used car inventory for just a little bit only. They'll go quickly, so take a look at the inventory, figure out what you want, get to Nissan as quickly as possible, put some money on that. Visit NissanGuam.com for details.
Real Talk Radio is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Ash Wednesday, Ray Gibson Show at 6:55 in the morning, and I don't know, was originally thinking about talking to Ken about State of the Union address and comparing and contrasting that with the State of the Union address, but there's no clear indication of how sideways things are going. When somebody calls me from inside the hospital and tells me that he's sitting in his own crap for 2.5 hours and can't seem to get anybody to get in there and help him, and when they do come in and alleged to provide him care, it doesn't seem to be catching what he feels are the most important parts of this. And I call the radio station. I'm just sitting there thinking, what if this was my father? What if this was your grandfather? Would you put up with that kind of thing? And it's so hard now to get any kind of that advocacy going because what are the visiting rules at the hospitals these days? Everybody got to stay away from everybody, so you don't know what happens when that door gets all closed.
And then you express your upset. And they tell you to calm down.
Calm down, Papa.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
okay, Daddy.
Yeah.
You're gonna be okay. Clean me up, would you? 6:57 and change. Not a lot of time, so Ken, we'll get things started and then maybe finish up the conversation a little bit down the road. But I'm sure you heard the pleas of that patient at Guam Memorial Hospital.
I definitely did. And I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but during my tenure in Hawaii, I spent nearly 3 years as a technology rep for all the hospitals and clinics in the state of Hawaii. And that's one of the reasons why I've been such vocal about the operations in GMH, because I got to see the best of the best in action. And one of the things, the reason I wanted to bring up, and I'm obviously upset listening to that as well, is
I start blithering. I start stuttering. In my head, I can't but not feel for this guy.
Yeah, in Hawaii, all the hospitals that I worked with, and at the time it was 44 different hospitals and throughout the state, the metric that they all tried to get was for every 5 healthcare providers, they had one admin person. Admin being a non-healthcare provider, so custodial, food, and office. 1 out of 6. And here on Guam, we're at 50-50. That's one of the things I've been ranting about for years, because we have twice as many people in our hospitals as the hospital should have based on our bed count. And 50% of those people are non-healthcare people, non-service people. And this is what we're getting from it, because, I'm in the OPA report, he commented on the fact we had 24 people in collections at Guam Memorial Hospital, but they weren't collecting anything. They were collecting like 10 cents on the dollar, and out of that, they only had 4 people dedicated to collecting arrears out of 24 in the accounting department. So this goes to show what happens when we make, and it's not just Lou, every governor has used Guam Memorial Hospital as an ATM machine to reward politically well-connected insiders. It's the only way we can explain why the current administrator is in that position instead of someone who actually knows how to run a hospital. At one time, we were paying 2 administrators the same amount of money to run Guam Memorial Hospital as Queens Medical Center, which is a $5 billion a year.
Oh, well, there's got to be, of course, there has to be parity, Ken. Come on, otherwise we lose these valuable people. I mean, you look at, I'm sure that there are marketing individuals in hospitals all across the country that are making better than $80,000 a year, but we can only come up with a paltry $75,000 for us. And I don't mean to hammer somebody, but I don't know what we're doing at Guam Memorial Hospital with anybody doing anything other than PIO clerk work. They don't need anybody in marketing. That money should be going to support more people in the same ward as guys like John. Listen, we're closing in on 20 seconds away from 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to let you run. We'll talk about this some more on the other side of the news or as the program continues. I'll see you soon, Ken.
You can bet on it.
All right.
I will be there.
Ray Gibson Show until it's not anymore, and somebody's saying, well, somebody must be listening because the nurse went in there to see him. Yeah, somebody's listening and called and said, John is on the radio. Go calm him down. That's That's what happened. Just after 7, here's the news.
Russian assault on Ukraine continues in multiple parts of the country.
In southeast Ukraine, the Russian Defense Ministry claims the land bridge from Donbass to Crimea along the Sea of Azov, one of Putin's primary military objectives, is now complete. Following the amphibious assault of some 2,000 Russian Marines, the Ukrainians deny the takeover is complete. They say the strip of land along the coast remains contested. Shelling continues in Kharkiv, Ukraine's second-largest city in the northeast. Days after the Russian Special Forces unit was annihilated, some think the shelling of civilian areas could be revenge.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson in Lviv. Russia's been accused of war crimes over the possible use of cluster bombs. Now, a senior U.S. defense official says there's evidence of thermobaric weapon launchers in Ukraine, more devastating than conventional explosives.
A fuel container with 2 separate explosive charges. They tend to cause very little primary fragmentation, but their blast wave can be extremely powerful and generate high temperatures that can start fires and are particularly cruel wounds to people within that blast area.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin. The war in Ukraine, a new backdrop for President Biden's first State of the Union address tonight, which will include a defense of his domestic agenda, criticized by Republicans, like South Dakota Republican Senator John Thune.
Over the past year, the Democrats here in Congress and the administration have pursued a reckless and partisan agenda.
The president expected to argue in part that climate initiatives can help fight inflation. A baseball standoff may be close to a tipping point. The league says it'll make its best offer before a self-imposed deadline an hour from now. The deadline was extended after marathon talks last night aimed at saving the scheduled start of a full season. The players were locked out by the owners in December. America is listening to Fox News.
Do you have arm or hand pain that prevents a good night's sleep? Or do you drop things or have difficulty in holding or doing your usual daily activities? Then have Dr. Jerome Landstrom, a board-certified hand surgeon and combat veteran with over 25 years of experience in diagnosing and treating upper extremity and hand problems. Let him provide care to you and your loved ones. Call 671-646-HAND for an appointment and visit his website at www.pacifichandsurgery.com.
Fuel up today with the new $8 gasolina meal. 2 all-beef Nathan's hot dogs, a big bag of chips, regular size M&Ms, and a 16-ounce gasolina energy drink. A brand new drink in a black can that brings a burst of energy. Drive in now and fire up your day with the $8 gasolina meal. Promo is only available at your favorite Circle K Guam locations while supplies last. Circle K, take it easy.
Election season kicking off with today's primaries in Texas. Fox Business's Grady Trimble hearing from voters about the issues.
Some of them are Texas specific, but others are big national issues that will certainly play a role later this year in other primaries and the midterms. And a big one is inflation. The Attorney General's race will certainly be one to pay attention to. The current AG, Ken Paxton, he has former President Trump's endorsement.
Texas also has 38 congressional seats at stake, including 2 new seats from population growth. A judge says 3 men charged in a plot to kidnap the Michigan governor were not entrapped by the FBI. That ruling keeps the case moving forward to a tentatively scheduled pretrial hearing in August. All 3 are charged with multiple counts, including providing materials to support terrorist acts. They're accused of aiding 6 other suspects charged in federal court with conspiring to kidnap Governor Whitmer. 5 others are also charged in state courts. Actor Kevin Costner, who stars in the drama series Yellowstone, will celebrate the national park's 150th anniversary with a new 4-part series on Fox Nation.
Costner will narrate and host the series, which will debut later this year. Each 1-hour episode will focus on the history and wildlife of Yellowstone National Park. The series was developed by Costner and his production company. Fox Nation was launched in 2018 for $6 a month. It offers a variety of on-demand programming, including conservative opinion and lifestyle and entertainment programs. It also launched several documentaries and investigative series. Yellowstone 150 will be released consecutively on the platform. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
A sell-off on Wall Street, the Dow down 598 at the close. Oil prices soaring past $106 a barrel and then falling back under 105. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Subway keeps the Eat Fresh Refresh subs rolling in with a fresh take on timeless classics. Try the honey mustard rotisserie style chicken. It's the new Subway rotisserie style chicken with a flavor upgrade, mizzled with honey mustard on hearty multigrain bread and topped with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Craving some heat? The Baja Turkey Avocado hits all the hot notes. Oven roasted turkey stacked high on hearty multigrain speared with smashed avocado and drizzled with the piquant chipotle sauce. Tuck into new subs to savor at Subway. Eat fresh.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Off at 7:06, I'm Montesova Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Fortunately, no one was injured, but another robbery was reported. Police are looking for the suspects in this case. This one taking place on Monday night at the new Ipoh store in Tamuning about 11 p.m. when two armed men entered the store. Actually, one of the men entered the store and demanded money. The owner reported he saw one of the suspects peeking through the front door of the store, holding what appeared to be a gun, while the second suspect, who was armed with machete, entered the store. Both suspects fled the scene with the cash. The machete-wielding man was described as being about 5'9", standing with a thin build and last seen wearing a gray shirt. Anyone with information is urged to call the Guam Police Department. It was just on Sunday night, Dream Market in Sinajana was robbed of an undisclosed amount of cash. Again, no one was injured in that incident as well. Former Deputy Department of Corrections Deputy Director Joey Terlahi is scheduled to go to trial on August 31st, starting out with the jury selection. Terlahi faces charges of felonious restraint as a third-degree felony and 2 counts of official misconduct as misdemeanors. He was previously a court-martial and is alleged to have played a role in the alleged abuse of a woman who was held captive and abused by the former Jotja Mayor Jesse Blas. Terlahi has pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. Again, his trial is scheduled to begin on August 31st. Meanwhile, a man charged in a shooting death of another individual was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Matthew Manabusan pleaded guilty to negligent homicide in the shooting death of Joshua Manabusan, or Meno, in April. He was sentenced to 5 years with all but 3 years suspended. We'll have more news right after this.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified, serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
The numbers have been going down, and it has resulted in the governor easing up on at least the vaccine mandate. And her office says that she is amenable to lifting the mask mandate as well, but it will depend on the data from COVID-19 hospitalizations, deaths, and the continued lowering of the positivity rates. They didn't give any specific benchmarks, though, as to what will need to happen for the mandate to be lifted. Meanwhile, from the JIC report this morning, there were 2 more COVID-related fatalities, this bringing us to 330. There were also another 273 cases of COVID-19 confirmed out of 1,667 people who were tested the day before yesterday. And gas is up 10 cents a gallon. Mobil first to bump up its rates yesterday. It now costs $5.49 a gallon for a regular gallon of gas. And over 5,000 sailors will be arriving on Guam this week. Many will be allowed liberty enjoying some of the island's beaches and business establishments. Naval Base Guam announced that the 3 ships will be here to resupply, refuel, and provide the cruise shore some leave. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Back Pack Brigade is going to be back. That's what we're going to be seeing. A lot of guys.
And 7 years ago.
Going to be wearing their ankle socks there and their step-ins, right, or slide-ins, or whatever they're called,
Crocs,
up and down.
And
I've actually been aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You get lost, bro?
Oh, God, no. They had
because they had an ankle monitor on you.
Well, there was. There was one time I was kind of scolded because we were up on where the captain sits.
Oh yeah,
up there in the top, whatever the con.
Touching buttons, right?
Well, I had my hands in my pockets most of the time. Anyway, so me and a couple other guys who were there, they get into this big kind of question and answer thing about the aircraft carrier and ships at sea, blah 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 blah. And I started getting bored, so I kind of wandered off and walked myself into the captain's stateroom. And
he has a stateroom?
He's got an office right next to where they sit, and it's really nice. I mean, maybe you saw this. You remember the office that the guys were sitting in Hunt for Red October?
Oh yeah,
just like that. And I'm sitting there in the office, looking around, going, "Hey, this is just like Hunt for Red October. How about this?" and then there was a guy, a very serious-looking guy, and comes in and kind of taps me on the shoulder. He says, "I'm sorry, excuse me, sir, you cannot be in here." And I said, "Well, who said?" He says, "I'm the captain of the ship, and I'm telling you, you can't be in here." I'm not even sure. We're not even sure how you got on board. Did you sneak in with the other journalists? But it was one of those things where it was early in the conversation about the military buildup.
Did you take a pen while you were in there? Anything?
Did I do what?
Take a pen?
A few magnets.
Not that they know of. But I actually slept aboard the Abraham Lincoln. It was one of those things. It was they took us in middle of the day and flew into what was the loudest, most dangerous place I think I've ever been in my life. And you immediately try to get small because there's just so much stuff that's happening around you. There's planes up in the air, and there's planes on the deck, and there's planes coming and going. And like I said, it's noisy. Even though you've got the hearing protection, it's still noisy. And they got this little helmet that they give you. And I said, will this save my life? He says, no, but it'll help keep your brains in. And I thought, oh, okay.
Wow.
All right, got that. Thanks very much. It's military humor, which was amazing. But I was able to get maybe the worst night's sleep of my life. And I was down in the middle of the ship where they've got places, where they were able
and
to
this
get.
is why you don't have an ID.
This is probably also true. And they were doing recoveries, landings all night long. And so they got this sound of this thing going back and forth on the airplane that everybody can hear. Well, the next morning they give us another little tour of the thing, and we're up on the deck just below the flight deck, which is where all of the guys of the lowest possible rank sleep. And they tell me that after a while, you get used to the noise and you can sleep. It was the most amazing trip of my life. And
getting there,
I've never wanted to do anything like that again, though.
Getting there was also an adventure. Didn't you have to get on one of those?
Helicopter out. They took us on a helicopter out to the ship, and then on the way back, they put us in this little prop airplane.
They catapulted you off,
and they catapulted us off backwards.
Oh,
it was backwards. Truly one of the most. I've got people that actually have military experience.
But on a jet, it wasn't like Angry Birds. It was actually on a plane, right?
It was on a plane, but it wasn't flying backwards. They had us seated backwards.
So shot that dude back to Guam.
Captain said he's got to go on the next flight. Nick Perlowski says, try living underneath either the catapults or the arresting cable. You'll go numb in a matter of hours. Ray Duck in Iowa says, I used to live right underneath the flight deck, slept with earplugs. Just a crazy time. Ray also saying, who out to the Abe Lincoln. Glad to have these guys back in town.
Are there Chamorros in there?
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Yes. So it's
nice
one of those things. We got local kids that are going to be on the boat coming back with all of their shipmates.
And their friends.
Are welcome. All are welcome. 7:14 in the morning. Quick look at what's happening in the world weather. Scattered showers before 10 a.m. Then we'll move into partly sunny skies. Highs near 87 degrees with a heat index. It'll feel like 90. A lot of breezes again, and that's all right. Up to 28 mile an hour. Gusts are in the forecast for today. Mostly cloudy tonight. Overnight lows of about 77 degrees. Partly sunny skies will be returning, but they're followed by mostly cloudy skies tomorrow night. Maybe the weekend we'll have a little bit more sunshine for us. Sunset is going to be at 6:29. Hashtag tell the others. A reminder, rip currents on the water and high fire danger ratings on the land. Careful while you're out there. And after you heard John in the hospital, you know that you don't want to get sick. He didn't have COVID when he went in, but he's got it now, A, and B is getting incredibly bad service. I will play a little bit of that audio and video again for you before too much longer. It's 7:14 here on The Point.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evolt 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evolt 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evolt 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
Portions of the program brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
Getting you back to the talk faster. It's the Ray Gibson Show.
Good point, Jose. Should be compensation for hospital-acquired diseases. Look it up. Hey, Simon Sanchez online here this morning. Hey, Si, are you back in town? I know that you were away. I'm not going to tell you who, though. But we lined up, one of the important high-talking chiefs that we've got here on Guam. And I thought, maybe we'll talk about a couple of things on the radio. State of the Union address is going to be coming up a little bit later on. I think it would be nice to have somebody that would be able to give kind of the other side of the story or what their predictions are going to be. And so we reached out to this fella, and he says, no, I'm sorry, I can't possibly go on the radio with Ray. I'm recovering from COVID-19. Come on, harden up here. Harden up. I had COVID-19. What? Did I come to work every day, Real Joe? I did, right?
Every single day.
Most of you.
Every single day. Spreading the COVID-19 goodness all around the room. But that's okay, because Mana already had it, and she's been vaccinated and boosted 100 times, and Jerry and Real Joe was in a whole other room.
Yeah.
You are in an unusual situation now, because that you know of, you haven't had COVID yet.
No, but I think I have. But yeah, I'm alone in this. I'm alone.
He's not boosted. He's not vaccinated. He hasn't had COVID-19.
Yeah.
It is. It's like that zombie movie where there's something about being the Real Joe, and the zombies just swarm around you, but they don't touch you. They don't want to eat you because you must have
if you were
something else.
curious, you could get a blood test, and it would tell you if you had it.
Yeah,
If you were curious, but
not so much. The hospital's not. I don't want to go anywhere
near any kind of medical
this is
facility.
when I had my health issue. I went to GRMC because one of the things was I didn't want to be alone.
Yeah,
I just go to Dr. Poole.
Oh,
Dr. Poole take
Dr.
care of me,
Poole,
man.
Definitely, he'll see you
Ivermectin.
in your garage.
Harrowing story. A fella named John called in the last hour, and all he did, the only thing I knew going in was he's got concerns. He's at GMH, and as it turns out, he's got some concerns with hair on them. Completely kind of alone, a semi-sterile environment, no radio, television, any of that
Going
stuff.
2 hours without being checked on for one.
Yeah,
Don't they usually check you every hour?
I don't know. They should.
Like the blood pressure. And
I think
do you need water?
It's been a while. I've never actually stayed at Guam Memorial in my adult life, so I don't know exactly what that protocol is going to be. But the guy telling stories about how he soiled himself, hit the call button. Oh yeah, don't worry, somebody will be right there. Somebody will be right there to clean you up. And in at least one situation, sat in his own excrement for 2 hours. I'll play bits and pieces of that for you before too much longer. There's so much to get to this morning. 20 after 7 o'clock. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point coming up. Quick look at what's going on in the market here, and it is ugly and upside down here. And I don't know I'm not sure exactly why, although maybe it feels like there might be a military stalemate going on in Ukraine. This is one of the narratives that we're beginning to hear now. How true it is, we don't know, but they're beginning to make this noise like, well, it's going to get scary because the initial invasion and attacks have not quite gone the way they had militarily been expected. I think they were looking for a blitzkrieg moment, and we're not expecting to see Ukrainians fight back with the ferocity that they had, and so I think that's giving Putin some kind of pause. What he will do with that pause is unclear, and that's the uncertain, and that's the scary part of it. More on that in a little bit. S&P 500 off by 67 points today, 4306. The Nasdaq lost 218, 13,532. And I got to double check, but when I looked at my Apple phone checking the numbers for the Dow here this morning, when I looked at it, I think the original number was minus 700 and something. Right now they closed at 597 points in the red, 33,294. Any gains that they've made over the last couple of days have been absolutely erased. FTSE off by 128. The Nikkei up by 317, but the President of the United States of America is not going to be talking about the Nikkei. He's not going to be talking about Hang Seng, that's up 48 points. He's not going to be talking about the Shanghai Index. That is also green by 25 points. DAX off by 556. Big movers on the Dow here this morning include Chevron, Home Depot, Walmart, United Health, and Verizon. So if you got a hold of some of those equities, well, goody for you. On the commodity side, oil trading at $104.80 right now, and that number has been going up and down, kind of orbiting in that same kind of area all morning long. I think we might be stuck for a few days with oil over $100 a barrel. Gold at $1,950, about $1,950. That number has gone up by $48. Did you buy gold the other day when I told you it was under 19? Did you put in an order? Did you run by and I don't. Where do we sell gold here? Did you go by Vince Jewelers?
A couple of bars.
and get yourself some gold. An ounce of it now, $1,900, and we'll call it $50 for an ounce of gold. Now, the numbers on Tapas, and Jerry Roberts, I'm sure, was not surprised when he looked at this yesterday. The numbers on Tapas have been good enough to send the guys over at the gas companies back out into the street to change the prices. $5 now and 48.9 cents. They rounded up to $5.49. I rounded up to $5.50. That's where gasoline is here this morning. For those of you that went to sleep, I didn't do it intentionally. But I was already not quite on vapors, but pretty low. I was already on that little line where the E is on the truck. The gauge was there. It wasn't all the way down, because they always build in a little bit extra, right?
Elvis is singing.
It wasn't all the way down. It was E for ever ready, right? And F for finished. And so I put some gas in it at the old high rate of $5.40 a gallon. So I'm feeling kind of jazzed. Of course, I wasn't able to tell the guy what I normally tell him is fill her up. Because I mentally budget for this kind of thing. And my budget for gasoline is $150 a month. And and I told the guy, he looks at me and says, fill her up? No, sir. Only $75 today. Only $75 today because I've got to make that stretch. I got to make that stretch. So a buddy of mine wants to have lunch today over at the Deucet because I can eat inside now. So where we're going to eat? Outside. Oh yeah. But he wants to have lunch down there, and I'm going, okay, wait. So I'm trying to figure out the route to go so that it's mostly downhill, and maybe I'll catch a ride. And get out of Tumon that way because you got to go uphill in either direction, right? 7:23 in the morning. So that's what's that?
I'm picturing what he would do when he figures he gets to the 150. And he just parks it at that point, wherever he is.
Hey, Joe, I need a ride.
Until it goes to the first of the month.
Hey, Shelly, are you busy?
Anybody, just one of my siblings is making a lot of money these days. Hey, now there's I could rely on my canny investing skills But as I said, all of the markets, and I'm sure all of my funds are upside down right now. Let's go, Brandon. And then, but I'm thinking
you bought Bitcoin.
I did not buy Bitcoin. There's a new, I forget the name of it now, but there's a new NFT. You turned me on to the monkeys. I think they've got one now with like rhinos or something like that.
Really?
Or carabaos.
They'll go all the way through the list.
Yes, every animal on Noah's Ark is going to have an NFT character that you can buy.
Bored apes is what it's called.
So, but one of the things I don't think either of us ever talk about is collectibles, memorabilia, and in particular sports memorabilia. Let me give you a few examples of where you could have made a couple of bucks in sports memorabilia. One of 7 known ticket stubs from Jackie Robinson's big league debut in the spring of 1947. Remember, the guy said there's only 7 known in existence. One of them sold for $480,000. It is the most expensive sporting event ticket ever sold. There's a pair of Air Jordans worn by Michael Jordan during the Chicago Bulls' 116-107 loss to the Milwaukee Bucks in 1986. That went for $675,000. But if you want to, you can break that in half because there's a pair of shoes, right? So you can give one to somebody and split it with somebody else. The Dorsey, worn by Mickey Mantle when he played his last game as a New York Yankee in 1968, $2.19 million. And the only known full ticket from Michael Jordan's NBA debut, $468,000. So what do you? I mean, we've all got some kind of sports memorabilia of some. I've got Muhammad Ali's autograph that my Uncle Jim got for me once upon a time. Do you have any sports memorabilia?
No, I had when I was a kid. I collected
baseball signed by Babe Ruth.
I had a huge number of baseball cards, some that would have been pretty valuable.
But your mom?
No, my sister. My sister sold them.
Oh!
And without telling me.
Oh!
I had probably 15,000 cards at one point.
Oh, that's spectacular.
No, I didn't keep the cards. It was the bubblegum I wanted.
Of course.
But
I only read Playboy for the articles.
Yeah, so I had about 15,000 cards. And would have dated back into, I think I traded for some in the mid-50s.
Crazy.
Okay, so I mean, would have probably, I'm just throwing numbers. I mean, I have no idea. I never got them evaluated. Probably maybe $50,000 to $100,000 worth of cards. Maybe she gave them for $900.
Oh.
And then she kept the money.
Making it even worse. 7:26 in the morning. You know what? But if it weren't for that, you would be living a life of comfort and luxury.
Yeah, who needs that?
And instead now are working with me every morning for the extra point. Yeah. I'm happy with the outcome. It's
me too.
7:27. Jerry Roberts has got the extra point, brought to you by Guan Insurance Services and the team at First Hawaiian Bank.
I recently saw words attributed to author Daniel Transon, who said, "Consistency is a key element without which a leader is incapable of getting respect, success, or even developing confidence in others." We'll talk about consistency today on the Extra Point.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
We buy a homeowner's policy and never give it another thought until something happens. Life brings changes, and our coverage needs can change. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
The topic of consistency is fascinating to me. In my time, I've worked for people who were remarkably consistent and a few who were unimaginably inconsistent. I like to say they were consistently inconsistent. How did I get along with them? It depended on what they were consistent or inconsistent about. Let's say they were inconsistent in their mood, and you really didn't know who was walking through the door in the morning. They might be all smiles and chatty, which was great, or they could be frowny, avoiding eye contact, and they snapped a little at you if they talk to you at all. A lot of us know about moody bosses. Some of us are moody bosses. I'm not bothered by this. I usually read people pretty well, and if I see signs that say, "Leave me alone," I'll give that person space until they look more approachable. Some people let it impact their performance, though, and the boss's negative attitude could throw a wet blanket upon their day. Managers must understand that they set the tone in the office, or should. In essence, they are always on stage, and the audience, the workers, are always watching. Let's go deeper. What if those emotions get out of whack and lead the manager to making decisions that are inconsistent with the principles or standards or existing plan which is already in place? Maybe certain actions taken by the boss seem to go against the grain and are different than what people have come to expect. All of this can lead to problems. Workers like to know where they stand with their boss, their job, their career. Inconsistency can cause confusion, concern, and lead to dissatisfaction. Consistency is critical as a leadership trait, and this is as true at home as it is at work. It's important to make something clear before we continue. This is not about change, where we intentionally introduce different ideas and methods. Change is something we announce and plan for carefully. This is about the people on our team not sure how we will react, the boss, that is, in given situations. This is also not suggesting that our manager treats everybody the same. We're all unique, and a supervisor with their head screwed on straight will recognize those differences and customize their approach to best match up to each worker. Whether your team number is 1 or a dozen or more, don't make them guess who you're going to be when you walk in every day and what they should expect from you. As much as you can, be a model of consistency, not a muddle of inconsistency. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
It's 7:31. Before we get into news and headlines, just a thought or two about one of the things that's going to be taking place later on today, 9 o'clock Eastern. The President of the United States will, by law, deliver the State of the Union Address.
A model of consistency.
Good way to wrap that one up. What do you suppose he's going to talk about? Tell me about the home runs that he's going to tell us that he hit.
The economy is improving. There's more jobs. There's all those things, and hopefully he may get around to lots of housing starts, which is going to crash the market eventually.
It could be one of those things where
it's all going to be good stuff.
Well, it could be one of those things where, like, the State of the Union is going to be like all introductions, right? Here's my wife, there's Kamala, and there's over there the Joint Chief of Staff. There it is, the Supreme Court Justices of the United States of America, blah blah blah, and then say, and that should leave about 10 minutes worth of material. And you're right, he could sandbag us on all the great victories that they've got.
Well, including all the sanctions that America, of course, the sanctions, depending on the news sources. I've picked up on 2 or 3 international news sources, right? There's one out of India. There's another one, I forget where these guys are from, maybe London. They give you a whole different perspective of world events than do the American news sources. I mean, that goes for Fox, and that goes for everybody. And it's interesting because they've come out and said all of these sanctions, America has been late to the table on all of these things. These have been coming from Europe. All the things that have happened in the past several days, like the SWIFT decision and the other things, have been instigated and propelled by Europeans, not by America. So America's playing catch-up on the world stage to show our leadership capabilities and why people should trust us as a nation.
Well, and there are some very interesting sanctions and impacts of the invasion of Ukraine, up to and including the Taekwondo people have stripped him of his black belt. Did you see that? Did you see
That's getting personal.
Where FIFA says Russians cannot play in any of our soccer games anymore? And you will start to see more of those kinds of things. I was someplace and I'd been kind of astonished to see a bottle of Stolichnaya by the bar, and I thought, oh, you're still serving that stuff? And the guy says, yeah, I paid for it already. What do you think? I'm going to spill this thing out? And many people, unfortunately, have to show their indignation over the attack in Ukraine. Ukraine, and they're throwing out all of their Russian stuffs. 7:34 in the morning. Jerry, thanks very much for the extra point today. We got to jump into news and headlines. It is the first Wednesday of Mess Tomorrow. Whopper Wednesday is back over at Burger King. I love the Whopper. You know how that free stuff goes. Swing by Ken and Karen over at Top End Pest Control and ask them about how they can control the bugs and uninvited guests at your house. 487-5657 is the phone number there. One more phone number before we get to news. 688-6743 is the number to find Auntie Lolita Camet and Hoffaday Realtor Principal Broker Joe D. Duenas. Now with news, here's Monta Silva. Tyron, what happened?
Well, gas is up 10 cents a gallon. Mobil, the first to bump it up yesterday. It's now $5.49 a gallon for a regular gallon of gas. Meanwhile, the Contractors Licensing Board was quick to take some action on items that were on their agenda, rescinding actions by the former CLB director, Buddy Orsini. One thing members agreed on was that a couple of contractors who won government bids shouldn't have, because they didn't have a proper contractor's license. Menzies Aviation and Technologies for Tomorrow, those companies that were identified. Adloop says that the governor is amenable to lifting that mask mandate, but they didn't say what the benchmarks will be for that mandate to be lifted. It will, though, depend on data from the COVID-19 hospitalizations, deaths, and positivity rates, they say, to support that lifting. Meanwhile, from the JIC report, there were 2 more COVID-related fatalities. There were also 273 new cases of COVID-19 identified out of the 1,600 people who turned out to get tested day before yesterday. And another robbery was reported, this one taking place in Tamuning at the new EPAL store. A couple of armed bandits made off with an undisclosed amount of cash. Both suspects fled the scene. Fortunately, though, no one was injured. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
I like it. 7:35 in the morning. We'll take a look at what's happening in traffic. Tom Poole going to be talking to me about an avian flu that is preventing people now from importing any kind of fowl, living fowl from the United States of America. Do I need to be afraid? Do I need to be very afraid? I'll get the answers for you, and you will hear from John at GMH as well.
Attention! Lolita Camet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Camet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's Hoffaday service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
7:37 in the morning. I want you to be aware of Wendy's new Hot Honey Chicken Biscuit, spicing up your morning with an all-white meat breakfast chicken filet drizzled with hot honey sauce and served on a warm, fluffy buttermilk biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Hot Honey Chicken Biscuit for breakfast. Only at Wendy's. We gotcha.
We place through.
7:38. Let me get this up on the screen because it's ugly up in the north end of town. Lots of traffic trying to get out of Jigo right now. I'm just trying to pass the fire station, man. What's the slowdown? I don't know exactly what the slowdown is, but I'm seeing some of that. Pow starting at Woostig all the way into Dadido is running slower than normal. We're looking at Route 1 and 3 intersection running busy. A lot of cars coming in off of the Route 3 onto Marine Corps Drive. You know, I was on Route 3 for a little bit yesterday, and a thought occurs to me. When are they going to Stumbo Gardens and Fern Terrace? You know those areas up there? You know, I'm thinking with everything that is going on, the build-up and a Marine Corps base that's going up there, I'm just wondering when some of the owners of those houses are going to say, It's time to clean up. Let's get rid of all the junk cars, put some coat of paint on, do some refurbishing of the buildings up there, and see if we can take advantage of maybe be able to rent out some of these units to people that they live and work around the base. Wonder. When is that going to be happening? We got traffic on Route 16 that is running. It's running fairly busy when you get over to around the Happy Mart intersection. Very busy southbound on Route 8, and from there it's just the stop and go of the million traffic signals that we've got up there. 8, 10, and 16, like I said, running a little bit busy. I'm looking at Addecal right now, which is also running busy. Everybody from Laddie Heights trying to go down the hill, and very, very slow going at that. 4 and 10 running a little bit busy, and we're seeing traffic on Marine Corps Drive busy up around Polaris Point, and even before you get to Big Navy in Sumai. So it looks like a busy day for driving around here. 7:39 on the Ray Gibson Show. Be right back.
Military Auto Source is pleased to announce a tremendous opportunity working on the military bases in Guam. We'll give you a sales franchise requiring no investment on your part. You'll have the freedom to control your income, your work pace, and above all, your destiny. If you have entrepreneurial instincts and want to win, then this is the opportunity for you. For those that have a strong desire for a high income and sales success, please go to the Boss 104 website at boss104.gu on March 5th, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and click on the MAS Virtual Job Fair link to talk face to digital face. To apply beforehand, click the MAS logo to apply, or contact JKLOSE at militarycars.com. Military Auto Source is an equal opportunity employer.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Hava, 20 away from the top of the hour. Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. What have we got to offer you? How about some great rides? 2021 models on the lot right now. Need to move, make room for 2022s. Rogue Sports, Kicks, Muranos, the Titan, and plenty more. You're going to love the prices. Then you're going to love the deal. We got your favorites there, 2021s, 0 down, plus your choice of 0% APR, or the first 3 payments are on them. How do they do that kind of magic? Hey, they've been in the game longer than a couple of days, so check them out today at NissanGuam.com. In 19 minutes, it'll be 8 o'clock in the morning. Tom Poole coming up in just a little bit. And for those of you that are wondering if I'm a little bit off this morning, it is because we got a telephone call about 6:40 this morning from a patient at Guam Memorial Hospital that wasn't hysterical, but you could tell was quite frustrated at the quality of the treatment that he was being given at GMH. To follow up, I did receive a note here. I just checked my WhatsApp. And in there is communication from the Guam Memorial Hospital, May Habib, online that says, "Good morning. I'm aware that an admitted patient is calling you and making the rounds on morning radio stations with his complaints. Good for you. Share the story. I can assure you that GMH has been and continues to address any patient concerns immediately and in the moment. We are also there now readdressing his concerns." So there has been a reaction. I was telling Mana that we got a note from May Habib over at the hospital, and Mana's reaction was, "Is she going in there wiping him up?" Right? I just say, is that sure? Yeah. Here's some patient care for you. 7:43, and yeah, you might have heard this here. You might have heard it somewhere else.
Well, she was keen on making sure that the morale amongst the employees was up. So let's improve the morale amongst the patient.
How about that? Let's do that. 888-8255, 888-TALK, and through the magic of technology, I may be able to bring you portions of that call from a little bit earlier in the morning. Hit the time machine.
That is flawed. Anyway, my case is this. I'm a patient currently up here at GMH. I came in with some serious breathing issues. I ended up in ICU. Oof. Then I was put in the COVID ward up here in the 3rd floor, Med Tele. So now I have COVID.
Oh, hell.
So we have very limited outside contact. I mean, no family members, nobody's in here. So you only got the four walls and the ceiling to look at. There's no TV, there's no entertainment, nothing. The Wi-Fi here just cuts out every 2 minutes.
Oh, no.
But here's my problem. I'm put in a diaper because I'm bedridden. I soiled myself. I called the call button. I got answered.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Well, be right there. Your nurse will be there. 6 times I called. An hour and 4. This is on the 22nd now of February. An hour and 45 minutes. This was 6:30 to 8:15 in the morning. Nursing assistant comes in with a tray of food, and I asked her, "Are you here to help clean me up?" She goes, "Nobody told me." I'm like, "Excuse me." So of course she helped clean me up. Fine. You know what? On the 26th, it happened again, Saturday. This time, 2 hours. I'm forced to sit or lay in my own excrement for 2 hours. That is just outright abuse and neglect. It's disgusting. It's so unsanitary. Again, I've been calling the call button, then they answer. We'll be right there. Yes, you're informed nurse. 2 hours, nobody showed up. You know what I mean?
That's inhuman.
Wrong.
It is inhuman, as they say, unconscionable.
Somebody needs to come in here and investigate what is actually happening. You know, of course, there cross-contamination protocols.
And he moves on into some other issues, but I think that's the most alarming and the most frustrating. But again, the marketing representative has been in contact, and he was and suggesting that he was taken care of and in the moment, and we are going to continue to see his needs and readdressing his concerns. And if it was me, I'd be screaming bloody hell as well, and basically saying, "Get me out of here." Is there an opening? Is there a bed waiting for me over at Guam Guam Regional Medical City, or is there a possibility we might be able to get the guys from Phil MD to come and pick me up, put me on a plane, and send me to Manila?
Let me remind you that they're going to bill him for the time that he had to sit there in his crap.
Oh my God. I had not even thought about that. I mean, it hadn't taken that mental leap on this case yet. And there we go. We'll watch and see how this plays out, and to what degree they will be able to meet his concerns. As I said, I've got his phone number, and it's possible we might want to hook up with him in a little bit and find out if he wasn't visited now by an army of nurses and administrators, to include the marketing director. 7:46 in the morning, and Dr. Tom Poole. It's go from one story to another involving medicine, but a kind of an interesting one at that. Good morning, Doc. How you doing?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Ray.
Any closer to retirement, sir?
Every day.
Every day.
We used to, in the Army, we called them a 2-digit midget whenever you got down to less than 100 days on your countdown. Well, they said you had to carry an umbrella to keep the ants from peeing on you. That's how short you were. That's how I feel.
You know, it's sometimes I hear phrases like that, and I'm happy I didn't have the privilege of service, if for no other reason, just because I know all of these things would be stuck in my head. You weren't even in that long. It's 7:47 in the morning. Dr. Tom Poole, there's a story that hit my inbox this morning talking about the Department of Agriculture, and they're going to halt live poultry imports from state of Colorado because there's a concern of some kind of avian flu. What's going on?
Yeah, it's sort of unusual. We've got an outbreak of what's called HPAI, highly pathogenic avian influenza, and that's pretty unusual. We typically have low pathogenic avian influenzas that float around, but high path is a big problem. And the last really bad outbreak we had was, about 40 years ago. That was really bad, and we had to depopulate millions of birds. And so high path is a big problem, and so it's started on the eastern coast of the United States and is moving west. And so we're just trying to make sure we don't get it on Guam.
Is this the kind of birds we eat, right?
Well, I mean, it's a poultry disease. It's a disease of what's called gallinaceous birds, and so that's poultry and turkeys and ducks. And wild birds generally don't suffer from it, but they can transmit it. They can carry it around. But this is mostly a disease of domestic poultry. And so, but as far as it's not a concern for eggs and meat and that sort of thing. This is really a concern for the live chickens.
Okay, because the question that I had was, what's this going to do to the price of a chicken wing? It's already up around 75 cents each.
Yeah, well, it could hurt it depending on how much depopulating we have to do. Then it could absolutely hurt it because normally once you get it into a flock, all you can do is just depopulate and start over. And it's typical. A million bird flock is not a big flock anymore. And so you get it in there just a little bit, and there's usually not much you can do but just depopulate and start over. It sweeps through so quickly.
It's the phrase depopulation, not something that I'm completely familiar with, and it sounds like one of these things, of course, where there's a complicated process to identify where the outbreak is and about how many birds are going to need to be depopulated. There's a fancy word for that. I think genocide is one of them. What is it? Yeah, what's the process here? How do you do something like that on a scale of millions of birds?
Yeah, well, it actually is. It is fairly labor intensive to go through and to humanely, sacrifice. There's another of those euphemisms to humanely sacrifice those birds so that normally, there's different ways that it's done, but you actually have equipment that takes the birds and inverts them quickly. It hooks them around their feet. It's all automated and inverts the birds and then slashes open that carotid artery, and they bleed out very quickly. And it's amazing how fast. It's just as quick as you can put the birds in there. It grabs them and does it. And then the birds have to be either burned or buried deep. And when you're talking about million birds, a few million birds, sometimes on one farm, it can be an enormous problem. And of course, the losses are tremendous.
Well, I was going to say, you kind of got to start all over from scratch, bring in some new seed birds, and get things going again.
Correct. That's correct. The other concern about highly pathogenic avian influenza is that we always run the risk of a pandemic starting there because influenza has been a poultry disease for millions of years, and then sometime in the last 30,000 years, or whenever it jumped into humans. And so there's always the risk that a poultry worker will become infected with this highly pathogenic avian influenza at the same time that he has human influenza.
Should I keep wearing my mask? Doc, should I keep wearing my mask? Is that one of those things that I need to do? Do we social distance our chickens?
Yeah, double mask, please.
With the shield, with the face shield on your head.
Right.
Eurasian H5 avian influenza, and this is not something we can blame the Chinese on, right?
No, probably not. This is not the same thing. So, not really sure where. These birds travel all around the world. Mostly again north and south, but they cheat and go east and west a little bit too. But these migratory routes are just amazing. How these birds go all the way from the South Pole to the North Pole and then do it again. And you go, what? Wow! Why don't you just stay in Hawaii?
It's nice on Guam. Go to Guam. They got a lot of places where you can hide and make baby birds. Now, you were talking about this having an impact on a couple of different kinds of birds, but like chickens and turkeys?
Correct. And domestic ducks. Those are the ones that really suffer from this thing. And so there's a vaccine, but you know how influenza vaccines are, and that normally whatever hits isn't what you've been vaccinated for. And so it's tough because influenza viruses mutate so wildly. And so it's really difficult to have good protection all the time.
You and I, from time to time, let me switch subjects here before we get to the news at the top of the hour. But you and I, from time to time, share thoughts on the pandemic that we are in now. And, I'm not going to ask any policy questions here, but from somebody with a very, very strong medical background, not just with animals, but with humans, do you think we've turned a corner here? Do you think that we're seeing the very bright light at the end of a long tunnel?
I really do. I really do think there's lots to be hopeful about, but it's the range of possibilities are complete. And if we could see this thing just completely walk off the edge of the planet and disappear the way SARS did, or it could stick around and continue to make new versions and become an endemic problem like influenza is, that you have to deal with the new versions every year, and it's just too early to know yet. But I do think everybody's finally coming around to the fact that we're just going to have to get on with our lives. We can't stay this stasis, forever. It's just unworkable.
For the kids, for families, you see the number of family violence stories that we've got, the economy, which doesn't seem to be getting any better, and the supply chain just can't take as many hits as it has. For heaven's sakes, even when you think you got a handle on things, all of a sudden you've got a container ship full of Bentleys and Porsches that's on fire. And I'm told now that I heard one of the news stories where they're declaring that a total loss. Everything from the beam up to the conning tower is going to be a total loss on all of this stuff, and some insurance company is going to pay the freight on it. And I'm sure it'll be more difficult to get cheap insurance when you move vehicles by boat across the country. Now, jumping back just real quick, as we were talking about pandemics and endemic, can you describe it's endemic? I think for a lot of people says, okay, let's stop with the mandates and restrictions and go back to normal, end the public health emergency. But is it as simple as that? Early on in the conversation, you and I spoke of behavior management and behavioral changes that needed to take place among the population, basically of the planet now. What are the behavioral modifications, do you suppose, that will signal a successful endemic transition?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, do I have to wash my hands forever?
It's really a great plan to wash hands forever. We really should. The Japanese, they don't shake hands, they bow, and from a public health standpoint, that is really far superior. But it's what we do. And this knuckle bump that we all got into, I'm just not sure. I wouldn't rather just get sick than to do the knuckle bump.
I'm not into that either. And depending on who I'm knuckle bumping, I might just grab the entire forearm and pull you in for a hug, because it just seems to me that's something that has been lacking with our population for so long. There's just so many the changes.
I know. So I'm just not sure. There's a cost-benefit analysis, and I'm not smart enough to do it. But these things don't come with nothing. We don't do all these changes and not sacrifice anything. And so I really think that we have to, and ultimately it's a personal decision, I think. I don't need, the federal government telling me, whether I can shake hands or not and all that sort of thing. I hope that we're beyond that.
Fingers crossed, buddy. Fingers crossed. 7:56, I'm going to let you run. I want you to have a spectacular day.
Thanks, Greg.
Another day closer to retirement, as the man says. 888-8255. 888-TALK 756. I got enough time to bring in. We talk about people that are running for office around here, and who's running for governor, who's lieutenant governor, and Congress, and all of that. And I actually got a candidate for Congress on the line, right? Is it
It's possible.
Peter Santos is online. Buenos and half a day.
Am I wrong?
What?
Good morning, Ray. No, the only thing I've been running so far is running out of beer.
Well, I know how to solve that. All you need to do is reach out to me at 797-8255. And I'm not going to say that that's like sending the Batman logo up in the sky, but there's a very good possibility that you and I might be able to go get something to drink. I'd love to hear a lot of your platform. I've seen some of the commentary that you put in the newspapers, and I figured, okay, that's an interesting start. What else is there?
Yeah, well, I'm still thinking about it. I called in because I just came back from Vegas and Salt Lake City. We had a great GPD reunion out there in Vegas.
But I heard.
The reason why I wanted to talk about it is because, or not the reunion, but my experience out there. It was amazing. I never heard once anyone talking about COVID. It was not in the news. It was just, we weren't bombarded with COVID numbers, and then there was nobody wearing masks, Ray. And the employees in the establishments, it was their choice. There were some employees wearing masks, but there were a lot more that were not.
Wow, I can only hope that we get ourselves in that direction soon. I don't know what the metrics are that they're going to be looking at, or what metric needs to be satisfied before we decide that the mask mandate has run its course and those social distancing stickers can come up. I don't know when that's going to be happening.
Yeah, and this is both at Vegas and also at Salt Lake City, and this is both indoors, outdoors.
Awesome.
It felt very refreshing. I did not hear once I was out there for 10 days. I did not hear once any word about COVID.
One of these days, so like Florida, welcome the free zone. I'm sure somebody might have mentioned welcome to the free zone. 7:58, about a minute left. So how is Carlos Roman doing? I know he was one of the guys that was headed out for the GPD reunion. How's you and some of the other guys doing?
He was great. He was great. Came in a little early, helped with all the setup and all that. But he's amazing. He's got an open door policy when you go to New York. He manages a building out there where that houses a bunch of billionaires. So, you know, the red carpet is rolling out for you. His doormen make $80,000 a year. And all they got to do is open the door.
Oh, my God. Well, it's the same thing in Vegas. You've got guys in Vegas that are doing that. Just on tips, they'll clear $100,000 a year. Absolutely crazy, those kinds of economies. And just in this time we've got left, could you rattle off some of the other names of some of these old Mossback guys from the GPD that you had a chance to run into?
Oh, yeah, you know, Major or retired Colonel Henry Terlahi. I'm sure you're familiar with him. Yeah, Tian Paris was there because you remember Tian Paris? She used to be the
from GPA
general manager.
Yeah.
Yes, her husband is Chris Paris, who's a police officer that I worked with many years on shift. And then, gosh, I know you know Bruno Sablan.
Yep.
Frank Leon Guerrero. He was retired GPD. He ran for senator. He also was the chief marshal for Guam and the CNMI for a long time.
What a treat. We got to talk about that a little bit more. I got to break away for Fox News, but I do appreciate your time, and I appreciate the comments.
Yeah, I'll send you the link to the Facebook page for the event.
Awesome. Looking forward to seeing the pics. Just after 8 o'clock in the morning. Thank you, Peter. It's time to jump into Fox News.
They will be next. There's a 40-mile-long convoy of Russian troops, tanks, and artillery units headed toward this city.
Fox's Trey Yingst. The UN now estimates nearly 700,000 Ukrainians have fled to neighboring countries, though some have been returning to help fight the Russians. Apple says its product sales in Russia are now on hold. The company had already stopped exports to Russia. More than 30 countries agree to release 60 million barrels of oil, half of it from the U.S. Strategic Reserve, aimed at easing supply concerns in oil markets. Crude topping $106 a barrel earlier today. President Biden reaffirming U.S. support for Ukraine with weapons and humanitarian aid during a call with Ukraine's president. Just over 4 hours from now, he gives his first State of the Union address, focusing in part on inflation. Fox Business's Hillary Vaughn on Capitol Hill.
President Biden will call on Congress tonight to deliver on his climate goals, pushing clean energy investments and tax credits, saying that extra government spending on a green agenda will actually cut energy costs and save American families about $500 a year. But Republicans say it's time for President Biden to do an about-face on his energy policy.
They accuse the president of helping to fuel record imports of Russian oil by cracking down on U.S. energy production. Baseball players just rejecting what owners described as the best final offer to end a lockout in time to avoid canceled games. America is listening to Fox News.
Chili's has the seafood you crave and the flavors you love this Lenten season. Indulge in delicious Lent-friendly soups, salads, appetizers, and entrees, like our loaded baked potato soup, quesadilla explosion salad, our savory Cajun shrimp pasta, or our mouth-watering grilled ancho salmon. Ask about our black bean burger options, like our tasty mushroom Swiss or old-timer with cheese. This is a limited-time offer, so hurry in and enjoy all the tasty Lent options this Lenten season. We're located on the second floor of Two Montans Plaza. At Chili's, savor the moment.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
U.S. Senate leaders are working on billions of dollars in assistance to Ukraine.
A must-pass spending bill needed to avoid a government shutdown later this month is likely to include robust funding for Ukraine's military and humanitarian needs. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says.
There are very good discussions going on about that right now. The best place to include it is in the upcoming omnibus bill.
But top Senate Republican Mitch McConnell says the spending bill has hit a snag over defense spending.
This is an emergency. It's eligible
for supplemental, and defense ought to be treated just like non-defense.
The Biden administration has proposed more than $6 billion in emergency funding for Ukraine. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Confusing information for parents. The CDC says Pfizer's COVID vaccine gave strong protection against hospitalization and death for children 5 and older, even during the Omicron surge. This just a day after a study of New York children suggested that vaccine may not be as effective for kids ages 5 to 11, raising questions about the lower dose used for them. But federal health officials say the key issue is Omicron and how contagious it's been, and that while vaccinated children like adults may still be susceptible to mild infections, the vaccine is still the best protection against more severe outcomes. Almost just like old times in New Orleans. Fat Tuesday celebrations culminating the first full dress Mardi Gras in 2 years, though parade routes are shorter than usual because there aren't enough police for longer routes, even with officers working 12-hour shifts. No party on Wall Street. The Dow dropped 597 points. The S&P and the NASDAQ also tumbling more than 1% as oil prices hit that 8-year high. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Howdy and half a day, folks. KFC's Colonel Sanders here. KFC is your go-to place for Lent. All of my delicious KFC Lent favorites are back this season, including the seafood Kelguin, popcorn shrimp, the seafood twister, the wasabi fish sandwich, and the fan favorite, the KFC shrimp burger. And just like my famous KFC chicken, the entire Lent menu is available for delivery. KFC is finger-licking good.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. More services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Be in the know. Want to keep your family safe from high-tech trouble? Introducing Bark Jr., a new online parental control app that's free for GTA wireless and internet customers. Bark Jr. monitors apps and social media, manages online screen time, and filters websites to protect your family from inappropriate online content. Sign up for any GTA postpaid wireless or internet service and get Bark Jr. for free today. Call us at 671-644-4482 or visit us at gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Montesova Tyron with a look at your local news. On the point, the numbers have been going down, and it's resulted in the governor easing up on at least her vaccine mandate. And her office today says that she's amenable to lifting the mask mandate, but that will be if the data on COVID-19 hospitalizations, deaths, and positivity rates support it. They didn't give any benchmarks, though, as to what needs to happen in order for the mandate to be lifted. Meanwhile, the JIC report this morning has 2 more COVID-related deaths. We've now seen 330, the latest 2, a 39-year-old and a 46-year-old man. Both of them had underlying health conditions. Meanwhile, the report also says there were 273 new cases confirmed. And the Guam Department of Agriculture temporarily has halted live poultry imports from all states east of Colorado due to bird flu, an outbreak that's sweeping the U.S. The ban only applies to live poultry, as there's no threat from poultry commodities such as meat and eggs. The ban is out of an abundance of caution and will continue until the spread of the virus has been subsided. And gas is up 10 cents a gallon. Mobil, the first to bump it up yesterday, it now costs $5.49 a gallon for regular gas. Meanwhile, the administration planning on rolling out their gas voucher program that would give up to $300 to help cover the cost of fuel. The program is to be covered by federal pandemic money. Senator Jim Moylan now asking the governor to make more people eligible for that assistance. He's telling the governor that he agrees with the need to provide some direct aid to individuals under a certain income level, but he recognizes the middle income earners continue to be forgotten when it comes to these local relief packages. He's asking that the governor consider increasing the income threshold for that program. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Police are looking for another couple men who are believed to be involved in a robbery that took place on Monday night at the new EPOW store in Tamuning. The owner of the store reported the incident about 11 p.m. when two men, one of them stayed outside peeking through the window but appeared to have a gun. The second suspect, armed with a machete, entered the store, demanded cash from the till. Both men fled the scene with an undisclosed amount of money. The machete-wielding man was described as being 5'9", or thereabouts, with a thin build, and was wearing a gray shirt. Anyone with information is urged to call the Guam Police Department. And former Department of Corrections Deputy Director Joey Terlahi is scheduled to go to trial on August 31st when his jury selection will begin. Terlahi faces charges of felonious restraint as a third-degree felony and 2 counts of official misconduct as misdemeanors. He has pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. And a man charged in the shooting death of another man was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Matthew Manabusan pleaded guilty yesterday to negligent homicide in the shooting death of Joshua Meno last April. He was sentenced to 5 years with all but 3 years suspended. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Do I got to do it again? Every hour there's going to be weather? Okay, fine. Scattered showers mainly before 10. There's partly sunny skies on the other side of that. Highs near 87 degrees east. Northeast winds up to 20 miles an hour, gusting as high as 28 miles an hour. Scattered showers tonight, mostly cloudy skies. The overnight low should be 77 degrees. Easterly winds up to 16 miles an hour with the gusts again tonight of about 23. Eat outside. It will be cooler. Scattered showers in the forecast for tomorrow with partly sunny skies in the morning and mostly cloudy skies in the evening. Heat index today about 90 degrees, 30% chance of rain. Some of that has already fallen. Rip currents and high fire danger ratings exist right now, along with, it's a man-o-war box jellyfish. Just something that's going to sting you or bite you or burn you today. The sunrise was at 6:37. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:29. That's news and weather together on The Point.
Half a day. This is Claire Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the eVolt 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The eVolt 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. eVolt 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
How about? 8:12 in the morning. I'm just going to do one. Portions of the program brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I can do it. 8:12 in the morning, and some interesting pictures and interesting videos from that get together that they had in the States. It was one of these GPD reunions, and I don't know if it's the first one they've ever done, but it looks like it was crazy successful. Big room filled with people, and unfortunately, not enough pictures of Carlos Roman and his beautiful wife in that particular deal. But that was interesting to be able to see where so many of these guys that used to be driving around protecting us in the squad cars have decided that, hey, you know what? Let's go live in the States. Let's go do that. Let's go live in let's go manage a building where the guy that opens the door makes $80,000 a year in New York, and arguably a lot of that is on tips and things like that. Why, are there greener pastures out there somewhere else? And I suppose the answer is yeah. You spend a lot of time as a cop. You take care of the retirement deal and
definitely more bang for your buck.
No, for sure. Well, I mean, the
And your
dollar.
retirement money will just go a lot further.
Like it should. Like it's supposed to, I suppose, is the way that you look at that. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number around these parts. Give me a chance to take a look at and see about these heroes online. And everybody is a hero. Anybody that continues to stick around here in some really, really interesting times, like where we have to pay $5.50 a gallon for a gallon of gas these days, and there aren't too many other options. There was a guy, I forget which one it is, one of the guys online that says, you can cycle, you can just get a bicycle, take whatever savings you've got left, go over to Hornet Sporting Goods, and get yourself a bicycle and ride on that everywhere you go. And the answer is, wow, if all we had were lanes that were dedicated to just bikes, and they were off and away from the regular roadway with the distracted drivers and the drunk drivers and the bad drivers, maybe that would be an option for us. But I don't know about you, and I have only ever a couple of times been on a bicycle on a roadway, like somewhere on Marine Corps Drive. I'm very, very, very apprehensive about doing stuff like that. I just never feel like I want to turn my back on a Guam driver. And you're going to say, Ray, well, that's a serious indignation about, accusation about the quality of drivers here on Guam. Ask anybody that has ever gotten a little bit too close to the cars, or the rude drivers from time to time will get behind you and honk at you to move on. Hey, I'm on a bicycle here. We have to learn to share the roadways. I'm happy to share the roadways as a runner, because I'm going in the opposite direction, and I can generally see what's coming at me. I think for bike riders that have to go with traffic, that's a leap of faith. I don't know how you guys do that.
There's memorials on the highway.
All up and down the roads.
Yeah, there's bikes with flowers around them.
And those are exactly the kind of things that happen. Fortunately, I mean, there are options to that, but even there, if I wanted to ride my bike on a nice stretch of road without a whole lot of potholes and not a whole lot of crazy traffic, Route 3 is looking good. But I don't live on Route 3, and I don't work on Route 3, so it really isn't that much of a... If I just wanted to exercise, great. I know that there are places to go. I used to take my bike and just ride around Radio Barragata and Teedson all the time, because there's not a lot of traffic out there, and you're more than likely to get hit by another cyclist than you are anybody else. So that is not really an option for me in terms of transportation.
But there was one thing that was pointed out to me, because I'm always the one complaining about the bikers on the sidewalk. They're on the sidewalks in Agana, in and around Chamorro Village.
Roller skaters.
It's actually marked on the sidewalk that it's a bike path. So this is probably where the bikers get the idea that it's okay to ride on the sidewalk, because it's marked there.
I think it's illegal to ride on the sidewalks. I believe that it is illegal. I think that Frank Blas Jr.
Well, they have a point now that they can argue, because on the sidewalk it's marked bike path.
Are they sharrows, or it actually says bike path?
Yeah, I'm going to take a picture of it next time.
That'd be cool.
So, I mean, there's
only vaccinated on the sidewalk.
only the vaccinated people on sidewalks. I see
with
that.
a mask.
Let me just see if I can get through this quick. Francis Duffy's online. Christina Marie, I love this name. Christina Marie Jose Star Cruiser is watching the program. Ken LG, Jose Tepago, Mike Schneip, Army Lynn is there. That's who's going to drive me around. Army Lynn, I need you to be the chauffeur, but you got to pay for the gas. No, I think what?
Drive me crazy, man.
Never get to where we're going. Nick Perlowski telling me all of the words that I should know. It's a bridge, Ray, where the captain sits at the top of the Super Strike. It's a bridge. I got you. Let me see. Tim Zedeker is there. Ray Dakanayawa. Neri Ishizu. Lady D is on the show. Verna Regis and Richard V. Leon. Martin Mendoza is hanging out there this morning. Greg Baz Knight. Therese Uggan is watching the program. Naomi Taitano. Half a day to Cynthia Nisai. Doris Abagatnan, our running pal, is online. And Doris, have you made your...
She's a biker now.
Oh, she is?
Yeah.
Oh, not so much running?
Yeah.
Oh. So
She
no
switched,
marathon.
bro.
Switched. Yeah, she hasn't been running for. I think she has like maybe an injury or something.
Oh, I got you. So no Honolulu Marathon. People are already starting to talk about the Honolulu Marathon. 50th anniversary of it is coming up on December 11th.
The
I believe.
registration opened up already. It's 119, I think, for early bird
But
registration.
see now, can we do that here?
Yeah,
Because I'm not interested in doing any kind of travel or anything like that.
yeah.
So I don't know. Other names that you might recognize. I got Bertha Maza Cruz, Simon Sanchez from the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, Dave Duenas, Oliver Malakas, Isabel Shimizu. Buenos Zen Hafade to you. I got Charlie Craw, Norma Hagen, Millie Lujan Nefaisen, as I said, is there. Our favorite artist, Ron Castro, Danny Guerrero, Jin Yi. Buenos Zen Hafade to Debbie Hartzler, Prudencio Meno, Christine Santos, Joy and Pinko. Love having these. Thank you so much for spending some time with us here this morning. I think it's fantastic that the familia kind of gathers. Living in the Pacific, Al Camacho, David Hurst, Cameron Mendiola, Jeanette, Gigi Cruz, Evelyn Bernardo, Frank Blas, Carmen Sablan, Corrido Tahadzi. Buenas to Rita Edwards, Marcella Shepard, Cecile Yoshimoto, Margaret Artero, Mike Romero, Roland Santos. Says, as always, another day of Guam people being more reactive rather than proactive. Why must we wait for calls such as the kind from John until people get moved and frustrated? How long will it last before people get back to their lethargic ways? Benny Tricia is there. Amanda Armstrong and James Lujan. I got, let me see. Charlie Hermosa from APL Online. Sam Beanie Young, should Guam worry about the pesky pigeons we see in areas like Tumuni? You know what? If inflation gets any worse, we don't have to worry about that. People are going to start catching them and eating them. It's been done.
Yum.
It's been done. Before there was Payless, before there was Pedro's, there were people that would raise pigeons to eat them. That was protein. That was the way that worked back in the day. Drew Tenorio, Carlos Barreto is there. Hava Dave Raleigh, Alan Perano, Joey Kitsutu, Hank Borja, Mel Barnes. There's Joanne Fullerton and Judy Takadina watching the program. Like I said, Kim Anderson Young is there from Security Title. Tattoo Shauna. I just like saying her name very loud.
Yeah.
It's a thing. Venue Guam. Good morning, Phil. Jimenez Hessa hanging out with us this morning. That's nice. Hava Ken LG, a deep drill down on how the Red Queen destroyed Guam. And then he gives a YouTube address. Who else? Boris Hertzlet is there. Boris is in charge of numbers here on the program. And anytime I make a claim to be able to understand mathematics, I'm always sitting back waiting for Boris to go, yeah, wrong again, Ray? You might want to try using a multiplier on that instead of a divisor. Mark Voigtland, Joe Takai. Hold on, Dave. I see you there. Get to you in a second. Louis Cabral hanging out with us this morning. Roland Santos off of Pat Saho and others. Ray, you mentioned the road construction on Route 1. Didn't months ago Simon Sanchez state that road repairs would be performed at night? I don't know that Simon said that. I know that we talked about press releases that said a number of these jobs would be done at night. And frankly, I don't spend a lot of time driving around on Guam's roads at night. I haven't seen any going on. Susan Topazna Bajkusa and Mercy Wenzel rounding things out for right about now. 21 after the hour, 888-8255, 888-TALK. My bro, Dave Sablan's online. Well, you know, and I'm sure not surprised at the hike in oil, the price of gasoline here on Guam. There's, I'd say it's through the roof, but we've been through the roof a long time already. It's through the roof in a coconut tree next to the house already. $5 and about 50 cents a gallon for gas, Dave. What can we do about that?
Well, let's use some of that money that came from the federal government. I think there's talk. I believe that Senator Jim Moylan was saying that why don't we give several $100s to the people? Well, there's a lot of people, and if you're going to do that, and there's going to be a lot of rules that have to be written, it's going to be too late, So my advice, there's only a few suppliers of fuel oil on this island, and I would say call them in and say, look, can you guys keep the price down at, $3.20 or something like that? And then you give me a report of how many gallons you issue out to the people. Maybe you're going to ask for, certain identification because, some of our military folks can certainly get their gas on base.
They pay taxes here.
So leave it to the suppliers to manage that. And then they submit a report to the Department of Administration, the government basically, and say, here's how many gallons we issued this month to, the people of Guam, minus these that you didn't want us to give to. I think they have the capabilities to manage that and then turn it in and, get subsidized, so to speak, so that we don't have to worry about, this $300. Now I got to make sure I got to get the receipt. I got to get this because I got to turn it in to get my money from revenue tax. There's just too much of that. We're in an emergency situation. We got to do it as quickly as we can. And so I think the best way is to call the suppliers in and say, I want you guys, how many gas stations do we have on this island? I want you to talk to your vendors of gas and keep track of the gas, and then we'll subsidize you based on how many gallons you've given away per gallon. We'll give you X dollars, and then just turn that in every month until this pandemic is over, until a certain deadline rather. I think that's probably the easiest and fastest way to manage this.
I don't know that would come with the same political high side, handing somebody a voucher with with a picture of Lou and Josh on it would be.
Doesn't matter, Ray. What's important is let's address the emergency. Take politics out of it. Yes, it's an election year, but I think the people will remember that you made a very sound policy to issue gas to the people that need it, because we just can't afford $5.50, a gallon. I don't want to get back into the lines of the mid-'70s. I recall that.
Yeah. Well, both of us recall that. We family bought all our gas from Cruz gas station in Agana, and the traffic would be backed up past Family Shoe Store.
Yeah, and after some storms where certain gas stations were the only ones that were open, it's a terrible sight to see. It reminds me of being in a third world country like Russia. Where we have to take our gas cans over to get some gas for our cars. Nothing on the food shelves, and when they do supply, there's a influx of people running in to try to get the bread and the butter and whatever. Let's not get to that level.
So,
let's just do it properly.
For the listeners again tuning in, Dave Sablon, who's I like to think of as a thinker, is on the line right now. And how do we do this? We say, all right, the price of gas is going to be X. The government of Guam, instead of giving everybody these vouchers and means testing and applications and setting up an entire piece of bureaucracy to be able to manage it, all they would need to do is be able to get the receipts from the gas companies. This is how many gallons of gas that we sold, and any other filters that we've got to throw in there, they will. But this is how many gallons of gas that we sold at this price. This is the current price of gasoline, and you will reimburse us what we have on your behalf, Governor, given to the people of Guam.
Correct. I think that's probably the easiest way to manage it. A great way to audit, to make sure that it's done properly, so we don't end up with some of the things that, unfortunately, our Department of Labor had to face, where they had to pull back some of this money because it went to the wrong people, or they had too much income, they filled out the application wrong. See, all of that creates problems after the fact. And I think this gas situation is becoming very critical. I will admit that. It's starting to worry me. Mm-hmm. In fact, my wife has a doctor's appointment this morning, and I'm worried. I got, a half a tank, and does that mean that, I have to worry now about getting gas just to get it to the doctor's office and back?
How small is your tank? I mean, Guam's not that big. You need a ride, Dave? Real Joe.
No, but the point I'm making is that those issues are now starting to be on the priority list of things that I got to think about and worry about on a daily or weekly basis.
I'm with you. I budgeted in my head. I figure $150 a month is a good amount for gasoline here on Guam, and now I'm thinking, well, it's $75. I break that up in a couple of fill-ups. Trips to the gas station at $75 a piece. Guess what? $75. It doesn't take it to full anymore. In order to fill up my truck, that's now a $90. I'm going to round it up to $100 investment So what? Now my budget has to be $200. I'm not as fiscally elastic as some people are. Maybe people in the government can afford that kind of thing, but I certainly can't out here in the private sector. Interesting conversation. But how do we control? Because the price of gas is going to be oscillating when all of this stuff happens. So right now it's $5.50 a gallon. So we negotiate a rate with them, and we again pay back what credit they extend to the government. But what happens when the price goes up? How elastic will the governor's reserves be?
Yeah, that's the issue that would be for the governor and her administration to answer. You know, how much money do we have available? I think if they ask the gas suppliers on the island, you know, what is the amount of gasoline that you issue, let's say, in the past 2 years? What's the average? You know, come up with a budget plan and look at the money and see how long it's going to last, and whether, you know, look at the price of oil. You look at it every morning and you announce it actually, and see whether there's a trend. And if the trend is going down, then you lessen the subsidies until, you know, you get to a point where we're back to some normal price at the gas pumps. And what is normal? I think anywhere from, you know, if it can get down to $1.90, which it did, I think, during the Trump administration, you know, or upwards to maybe $2.50 maximum that people can afford and still continue with their normal daily lives, you know, without having to worry about, you know, should I lessen the amount of travel that I take from my home to the grocery store, try to buy everything all at once rather than, you know, 2 trips a week, things like that. You know, making these kind of decisions, putting it into the daily routine of what we think about it daily, is just, you know, stressful. And so the amount of stress that can be lessened by our government, especially in this situation with the gasoline, I think would be much, much helpful if we don't have to worry about filling out applications, keeping receipts, and being the ones to manage that. Where, you know, give it to people that do it on a regular basis.
Less paperwork. Less paperwork, the better. 8:29, and Mana's got the last look at headlines coming up in a second. Jack wants in on the conversation, and I do want to take our conversation to another level. So if you don't mind, ponder this concept as well while we take the news break. Once upon a time, one of our favorite Republicans at the legislature, Speaker Forbes, was playing around in his head with the idea of, why doesn't the government of Guam open up a couple of gas stations? Why doesn't the government of Guam buy the gasoline itself and sell it at a wholesale price to anybody that wants to go and buy gas from the government of Guam pumps? Stay with that concept. See what you think about it. Ring it out in your head while Mana does the news. Jack, stay right there. I'm going to bring you in on the conversation as well in just a moment. In the meantime, it's 8:30 on the radio, and time for our last look at big news and headlines right after these.
Subway keeps the Eat Fresh Refresh subs rolling in with a fresh take on timeless classics. Try the honey mustard rotisserie style chicken. It's the new Subway rotisserie style chicken with a flavor upgrade, mizzled with honey mustard on hearty multigrain bread and topped with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Craving some heat? The Baja Turkey Avocado hits all the hot notes. Oven roasted turkey stacked high on hearty multigrain speared with smashed avocado and drizzled with the pecan chipotle sauce. Tuck into new subs to savor at Subway. Eat fresh.
Fuel up today with the new $8 gasolina meal. 2 all-beef Nathan's hot dogs, a big bag of chips, regular size M&Ms, and a 16-ounce gasolina energy drink. The brand new drink in a black can that brings a burst of energy. Drive in now and fire up your day with the $8 gasolina meal. Promo is only available at your favorite Circle K Guam locations while supplies last. Circle K, take it easy.
Bottom of the hour, Ray Gibson Show. Mana Silver Tyron's got the Wednesday to get through the rest of, so we're going to see if we can get her out of the studio as quick as possible with our last look at big news and headlines. Off the Mana, what happened?
Well, police are investigating another armed robbery that took place, this one in Chamuning the other night. It happened at about 11 o'clock at the EPOW store, the new EPOW store. The owner reported that a man with a machete entered the establishment, demanded cash from the till, took off with another man who she believed was armed with a gun. Fortunately, no one was injured, but police are looking for the suspect in that incident. Gas is up to up 10 cents a gallon. Mobil first to bump up their price yesterday, now bringing it to $5.49 a gallon for a regular gallon of gas. Meanwhile, Adelup says that the governor is amenable to lifting that mask mandate, but they aren't saying exactly what's going to be the benchmark to get it lifted. She is eyeing the data from the COVID-19 hospitalizations, deaths, and positivity rates to support that. And there were 2 more COVID-related fatalities reported in this morning's JIC, along with 273 new cases of COVID-19 out of about 1,600 people who were tested the day before yesterday. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
8:33 in the morning. I'm just kind of amused at this. Carl online says, friend in Manila just signed up online. This will be her 4th Honolulu run. She's turning 65 years old. I just, the phrase "friend in Manila." That's always air quotes, right? You've always got air quotes around that. Just saying. Good for her. Good for you. And as Mona said, sign-ups are available now at the Honolulu Marathon.
Correct.
All right. And for those of you that, like me, don't want to do any significant traveling but do want to run a long way, 26.2 miles of the Guam Hoffa Marathon. No, not the Guam Hoffa Marathon. The Guam Marathon is coming up a little bit later on, and they're doing signups right about now. You can run the whole thing, or we can break it down into Ekiden runs and things like that. I'll get you more details in a couple of minutes. It's 8:33 in the morning. We return to the conversation now with Dave Sublime. We'll push the break over a little bit more because I wanted to get to this. As I said a few years ago, David, Speaker Force came up with the idea because that was the last time that we were in the midst of all of this stuff. He was still at the legislature and still Speaker, and we were pondering the idea maybe it'd be something if Gov Guam was able to buy gasoline. I'm sure that we've got some pumps and on some of the places, maybe over at DPW, and turn those into something where people can go in and buy gasoline at wholesale prices. You got any thoughts on that debate?
I don't agree with that. The government does need gas for their trucks and their cars. I can appreciate that. And they probably buy it at some wholesale price level, which is fine. But I think for us out in the community, I'm a capitalist, Ray, so I'd like to see, private sector flourish and provide the goods and services that we need, to move through our daily routine and lives. And so I think keep things as they are and just subsidize the gas stations. I think is probably the better approach and the easier one to implement in a short time.
Well, I will be somewhat critical of where we are today. It is not as though we did not see the price of oil going up. I mean, it's been in front of us pretty much since Slow Joe took the oath of office, and then immediately shut down pipelines and started making deals to import oil and fuel into the United States again. It seemed like a ridiculous move, and it seems to me that we haven't done anything with the knowledge that prices are going up, oil is going up, demand for oil. Supply is up, supply is down, and we see the invisible hand moving, and there just hasn't been enough being done around here to make things easier for drivers. We got to have construction on the road. Great. Can we do that at night? Are there ways that we can make that a more efficient process so that the traffic is not stuck and snarled all the time? Are there things that we should have been doing with the Guam Regional Mass Transit Authority, buying more vehicles, getting more drivers out there, getting people trained, and adding more routes so that we had a reliable and efficient mass transit system here on Guam, so that it would give me the choice. Do I want to take my wife in the car, or do I want to just let her ride the bus? So ponder that concept as well. I'm going to bring Jack into the conversation and see what he's got to say about your original concept. Good morning, Jack. You're on with Dave Sublime.
Yeah, the simple answer on why we don't have Gov Guam filling station is it was answered during the GTA sale. If the private sector can provide the service, government has no business in that sector. That's the simple answer.
Fair enough.
Did I agree with the GTA sale? No, because GTA was one of the flourishing bright spots of government operations at the time, and I thought it was, we sold a valuable asset, but that's under the bridge now. So the reason why I'm calling is I was listening to Dave. I don't agree with handing out subsidies to buy gas. I think the question needs to be investigated. We do have price gouging laws in Guam, and there is, we are in a pandemic. We are restricted from things. Therefore, not just gas, price gouging laws are in effect. So as of the Post headlines and article that says price of gasoline has gone up 72% in 2 years. What is the investigation to justify that raise? And you could do a comparison of how gas on the outside compared to gas on base, the price difference has been throughout the decades. And so you could see there has been an extremely large, I would say trifold, maybe 300% raise out here on the price of gas as compared to base. And it comes in on the same container. And I understand about contracts and fuels and stuff like that, but this is ridiculous. Everybody is raising prices. I understand you need to meet the cost, but there has to be some sort of justification. Otherwise, those price gouging laws we have on the books are pretty much useless. So how do we go about and investigate whether or not these prices are fair? I agree that these segments need profit. I agree that they come in here because they see an interest, but it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to swallow. I know collusion isn't against the law, but it's kind of hard to swallow when you look back at the days when you had the Martinez gas station, when you had the Cruises gas station, how each gas station had its own prices and stuff like that. Now that we have just like one segment where it's just, you raise your price, we raise your price. It's ridiculous, and there's no benefit. I go shopping, and they give me this coupon, and I spend $30 on food or something like that. They give me $5 off on gas. I say, hey, why don't you just cut the baloney marketing out and just give it us?
Wait. I'm going to disagree with that. I'm at the marketing end of all of this stuff. They spend the money to market their services and their products on my radio station. So I'm going to have to say, no, take it out from someplace else. 839, Jack, hold on. You wanted in on a conversation, and I haven't had a chance to hear what.
I'm not talking about your advertisement.
Jack. Stand by. I haven't had a chance to hear what Dave has got to say about your comments. So, Dave, what are you thinking?
Well, Jack is trying to go to the root of the issue, and he's talking about price gouging and all of that. I think there's agreements and contracts that can be made between the government and the suppliers. I don't think these suppliers are going to risk their reputation and trying to gouge the government in terms of these subsidies. And I'm talking about subsidies to the suppliers of the gasoline, the gas stations, and the wholesalers that bring it in, rather than giving it to the people. You're going to have more ways for people to try to get around every rule that is issued. And then you're going to have problems to try to audit these things if you're giving vouchers out. And that's why, the easier way is to give it to the people that already know how to manage, inventory, and then just give them one or two additional requirements to report in order to get the difference between what they would normally charge the consumer versus what it is that they actually pay to the supplier. And that's a market price that is basically controlled by the market. So you're not going to have too many people trying to see if I can get an extra 10% or dollar more per gallon, because if you're going to audit this every month or every quarter, let's say, you're going to only deal with 3 or 4 people rather than 200 and 300 people that made that got
made the cut on the inside of it
the wrong way.
841. Dave, hold on a second. Jack, I'm going to your final thoughts before I bring in Bob.
Yeah, so okay, here it is. I'm not arguing about marketing that they have on the radios. I'm talking about those little coupons that they give out when you spend so much money on. That's the marketing thing I'm talking about. Just give it straight. Number two, I don't agree with any subsidies to both the consumer or to the private sector. I am an invisible hand kind of guy, and it proved itself when this pandemic hit and nobody was driving. Gas dropped like a rock. And it dropped not only on off base, but on base. So, I believe in those things. So it's a consumer thing. It's a consumer thing, but it's hard for a consumer when gas is not a discretionary spending. It's an obligatory spending. And so that's the problem. And so, we need better leadership on the front, and we need to do some, it's hard work. It's hard work investigating and researching. So get the right people in there.
It isn't that difficult. The charts are all there, and so I'm going to let you run, but because I know you're listening off the air. But I would encourage you to go to oilprices.com, and you will be able to get historicals for every brand of oil that you've got out there. You'll also be able to find the gas prices. And now my recollection, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, is the price of gasoline on base at the auto ports is generally determined by what the national average is of the price of a gallon of gasoline. I think that's the only calculation that goes into it. It's not like they look at what they're selling it for off base and then try to figure out what the calculus is on that. I think it's a standard number that is based primarily on what the national average for gas is across the country, is determined, I suppose, by Trilby Lundberg. Remember now to be careful about comparisons between West Texas crude, which is an American benchmark, and what the real cost of oil is, and the kind of oil that we get from Singapore, and it is called Tapas, and you'll be able to get that number as well. So my suggestion, you want to do some research on where the prices have been and maybe be able to spot that trend, is get a one-year analysis of the price of Tapas, the price of West Texas crude, and the price of the national average of gas. And if you want to, you can find the numbers on where gas prices are on Guam, and I think that they will all follow each other rather closely. 8:40 in the morning. Bob Kelly is on the line. Good morning, Bob. I got you on with Dave Sablon.
Yes, and I wanted to make a comment first that our local government has no control on the cost of gas. So if the gas prices go up or down, unless we do have intervention, there is no choice in the service stations and the gas companies on raising or lowering based upon that. And with what's going on right now in Ukraine and the fact that we have a worldwide shortage, and America is helping that worldwide shortage by restricting drilling, restricting shale oil, and restricting pipelines. I mean, we're trying to help raise the price because it's going to make it a better world in some people's minds. But going back to what we're dealing with here, the reason our gas costs so much more right now is because we've got the added cost of the Tapas plus the shipping it over to Guam. Mm-hmm. And if the government wanted to do something in a subsidy, maybe if we wanted for a temporary basis to try to get our prices down a fair amount and closer to the U.S., there should be a possible subsidy at the wholesale level of the difference between what Tapas is and what our oil cost landed from Singapore. We have the landed cost drop to the same price as what Tapas is running now, and that's a track thing that can be done on a weekly basis or something, and that subsidy's put in, then the service stations would be able to more closely approach the sale of gas in the U.S. rather than the price we're paying here for the Tapas plus the shipping to Guam. So if they could cover the shipping and the difference in the Tapas versus what we get in the state, Texas, I think we could see a significant drop. And if they could subsidize that for a few months, especially with federal funds, I think it would give a relief, and it would then at least also bear the market price. And that, if the market price goes up, and they need to possibly do that on our diesel and stuff for our delivery trucks, because right now our costs are going up for everything. And I don't know how far we would carry this, but our price of shipping goods in. I ship things in from the carriers on Guam for the business I do, and my prices are going up to shipping because the fuel charge is going up, and of course it is.
Well, that's good. It's the old conversation about a petrodollar from the 1970s. This is the basis of our working economy right now, is what's happening with the price of oil. It's always been like that, and unfortunately, we had somebody that didn't see that America at some point we were running oil prices in the negatives. They were paying people to be able to buy and hold and store the oil that they had. We had it that good, and then there was a change in the administration and a change, I think, in the goals of the administration, which was not to be a net oil producer, but to be a consumer now of too much oil that has had to be imported. Number one, and number two, try to get people off of oil and onto greener alternatives. And I'm still not completely sold on that. Phil Leddy on the line. We'll join him in a couple of minutes. Bob, I appreciate your time.
Let me just point something else out, as we're in the middle of the Ukraine situation. What we have done is we have raised the price of oil by causing there to be lower available for the current demand, which hasn't changed. We're importing oil from Russia.
Yes.
It's now being paid over $100 a barrel. We're subsidizing the war in Ukraine, and somehow having dirty oil refined in Russia is better than our cleaner oil under EPA oversight in the United States. And then we're also, by getting rid of pipelines, having to haul the damn gas back and forth in trucks. It takes a whole lot more energy. So somehow we have totally lopsided at a federal level, but we're being impacted on world prices. And I would also make one more quick thing. We're looking to throw some subsidy toward GPA on the fuel surcharge, because that's hitting everybody too. And maybe that would be where they could start instead of starting with the service stations, because it's all related to the same thing. The price of oil in the world is chaotic, and America's helping lead that chaos.
All right, Bob, I appreciate that, and it's a point that that other pundits are beginning to make these days, and that is, it does look like we are subsidizing the war. There's been a delta in the cost of oil that is coming out of Russia, and that's where we are importing some of that. So for every gallon of oil that we're paying, I'm sure some of that is going to go and fund the activities and the invasions into Ukraine. 8:48 in the morning. Dave Sublime, last thoughts for you. Not necessarily related to gasoline, but related to the President's State of the Union address. I think that's going to be, for us conservatives, kind of an entertaining little blast here later on.
Yes, I feel sorry for the president for him to try to talk about his record this past year and try to make it all look good. I mean, they really have to play around with the words to really bring that out, because based on what everybody in the United States is seeing, his approval rating of his work is terrible. I mean, it's probably the worst in, probably going back almost a century.
Well, into the last century, certainly Carter years.
Well, Carter, I don't think he was as weak as Biden, in my opinion. But certainly there were other presidents earlier that were just as bad in terms of their policies. I think Bob brings up a good point that, we have this oil pipeline that we were working on from Alaska down through Canada into the United States, and then we stopped it when Biden came in. I don't know why, no reason other than, we got to please those that are pushing green energy. Mm-hmm. I'm pushing green energy, but I'm doing it in a more practical way by burning trash, killing two birds with one stone, basically. So that's my green energy approach. I worked I was on the board of the Guam Power Authority back in the late 80s into the early 90s. And green energy was something that was still being looked at because of the fact of what happened in the mid-'70s with the price of oil during the Carter years. And so the point here is that, I do believe in solar, but it's not going to be something that we're going to have to rely on for the base loads. You're still going to have to use oil, but you're going to have to, get a good mix of that. And then, of course, we got this garbage problem. So why don't we burn it and create electricity with that? We make enough tonnage per year, per month, or per day as well to do that. So, all these points that are being brought up by your callers, Ray, I think make a lot of sense. We're talking about subsidies. We've subsidized Guam Power Authority for a while.
That's the beginning of a longer conversation, David. I appreciate it, and we'll save it up down the road, because I think you're right.
Our money, right? The taxes are still our money, and therefore, if we can use it to be something that will guide us through this pandemic and lessen the amount of upward movement of pricing of all the commodities that we buy, I think it's a good policy for the government to interject.
If all it's going to take is to pay you and your lawyers off by that $20 million, then let's get that done, or change the law as has been suggested, and pick up where we left off. I'm not going to disagree on the waste of energy, and especially when we're seeing West Texas crude trading today over $100 a barrel. It's 8:51. I got to let you run. I'll talk to you pretty soon. I want to get another conversation as we switch into politics here. Dave Letty's on the line, and Dave was writing in the Facebook Live. Oh, sorry. Phil Letty is on the line. Hiya, Dave. Those Lettys, you can't hold them down. They're all into something important. And this guy's leading the action pack. And it's been about a month since you and I talked. And one of the reasons why I thought it might be interesting today is because today is the State of the Union address, kind of, a report card, if you will, that the president has to give himself and the administration. And when you and I last spoke, I was wondering if there might be a report card on and the politicians that managed to survive the election that were backed by the Action PAC committee that you are taking over from. So, number one, have you put that together? And number two, you have any thoughts on the state of the island today?
Yes, Ray, absolutely. We that is in the works. We are going to be releasing a report card for those sitting in the current legislature, but not just the ones that we backed. We're gonna do a grading on every senator that was sitting in the legislature. So that is something that we are working on currently, and we do want to get that out prior to the primary.
All right. Well, I'd love to see that. I'd almost like to have a hand in sitting in on the meeting. I don't know what other than my cynicism and my good nature might be able to provide, but I've got certainly some things to say about people that we have put into the legislature and not even what feels like a little bit of effort in getting some of these jobs done. I mean, there are certain people that you just haven't heard from in the 36th Guam legislature.
You're absolutely right, and that's what we welcome. I know when the PAC was first launched, we were a little bit late to the game, so we were trying to do as much as we could with given the short time period that we had back in the previous election. But now that we have our ducks in a row, one thing that I'm really pushing is the inclusive aspect, where it's almost like we want to be the people's PAC. We want to get away from the false notion that we are a business PAC, although we do have our business community at the forefront of concerns. Ultimately, there is no business, there are no workers for those businesses. So that's one of the main things that we are pushing.
Right. There are some good ideas there, and I appreciate that. It's, I'm almost put it down to something that I was talking about, with a potential political spot in the legislature for me. I was thinking about, I don't want to be a Republican. I don't want to be a Democrat. I want to represent the Republican Party. And I think, with the view of sitting on the same side of the table as most of the people that live and work here, whether they live and work in the government of Guam or whether they live and work in the private sector. I think everybody is going through very, very similar challenges these days. We all got to shop at the same place. We've got to buy gasoline from the same bunch of guys and drive on the same set of roads. And whether they're lit or dark, striped or not striped, there are expectations that we have as citizens and as taxpayers. And I'd like to look at it from that perspective. How do we take care of the taxpayers of Guam? Not just, coddle the government of Guam employees or try to soothe the hurt feelings of the private sector. Know what I mean?
You're absolutely right, and that's why voter registration is so important. As of the January 31st, GEC, the Guam Election Commission, has stated there are only 49,494 registered voters out of the whole island, and that's a very, very low figure. So we need to do our part as the Action PAC to educate the voters of why it's important, why BPT affects them, and all these other issues. But we do need to get the voter registration up, and we need to get people to the polls, because ultimately, if half of those were represented and actually voted in the previous election, then we really don't have a people's representation. You have those that are voting on family lines or party lines, but really not really addressing or putting leaders in place to get us out of this economic mess.
8:55 in the morning, 178 days between now and the next election. This has got to be the most frustrating part of the job for you, Phil, is when, there's guys that, running up the flagpole. We hear them from time to time making noise about running for office, but they haven't even picked up the packet yet. So what do you do when you say, all right, I'd like to be able to start putting together this Action PAC list, but half of the guys that you think are, kind of sexy for the job, or girls that you think are sexy for the job, haven't gotten started yet?
Yeah, that's the tricky part. The previous election, there was a lot more noise as far as new entrants, and it seems like the wind from their sails, have evaporated because almost none of them got in. And I want to remind those that are sitting down that want to affect change for our island to not give up, to pick up that packet, because we need new blood. We need people that are like-minded, and that's why we believe in almost like a people's legislature, like a citizens legislature of sorts, where we need industry experts from different industries, whether, like you said, whether it be government, private sector, or whatnot. We need more minds at the table, because ultimately, if I can speak frankly, if we'd be crazy to expect anything different if we keep electing the same.
I don't disagree with that statement. I think it's just it's comfortable for that handful of voters that you're talking about, the people that do go to the polls. I think it's comfortable to them to think that they know or they think they know the person that is asking for their vote. Oh, I remember him or her from the 32nd Guam legislature, and it wasn't terrible. There were no major controversies, and they showed up at my dad's funeral. So, yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and vote for that person, as opposed to, what's this Vince Borja all about that Ray Gibson talks about on the radio? Who's Sandra Regis? Why is Michelle Armenta maybe asking for my vote, or any number of people that you hear about that, you know, kind of bubbling to the surface? I was disappointed to see a number of folks that I was really, you know, I had almost pushed. I was so behind their candidacy, and then the election came and went, and they weren't called to the dance, and I was kind of upset about that.
Absolutely, and I think that goes back to the voter education and an action pack or any other voting pack, giving the voters or potential voters the information to arm them with making a right decision. Because picking up that pencil and filling in that bubble, that's only going to go so far if you don't understand what that person is about. So we need to do voter drives. We need to release our senator's report card. And then we need to really just educate the voter on what these people stand for, not their promises, but this is their voting record. This is what they introduced. Did they introduce anything in the previous 2 years? And if not, why? So one of the things that Action Pack we're excited for is we are going to be, hopefully by the end of this month, launching our first podcast of sorts. It's dubbed We Want to Know the Action Pack Show. And I want to sit down with these potential candidates or the previous candidates who are running again, and I want to ask them the real questions. Hey, this is your platform. This is your voting record. We'd like to know. We see a gap. We've noticed a gap. Yeah, we see a gap.
8:59 and change. I appreciate that. How do we get a hold of you? Where can we see what you're working on?
Absolutely. So we'd like everyone to follow us on social media. More importantly, visit our website, Action Pack Guam, and sign up to be a member of the Action Pack so you can receive the information that we're going to be pushing out in regards to some information on each candidate, our senator's report card, and whatnot. So actionpackguam.com. Please visit, sign up. Membership is free, and whether you're a government, private sector employee, or you're a citizen who's never voted, we want you to know you do have a voice, and it is when you pick up that pencil. You can reach me at 777-0240. You can email us at takeactionguam@gmail.com.
All right, Phil, I'll talk to you pretty soon. We got bumping up against Fox News Live, so we'll have to end the conversation. Talk to you later.
Thanks again, Point.
Here's Fox News on the Point.
Era Fox News. In excerpts of tonight's State of the Union address released a short time ago, President Biden is set to say that Russian President Vladimir Putin's war against Ukraine was premeditated and unprovoked, and that he thought the West and NATO wouldn't respond. And he's expected to say Putin was wrong. We were ready. Ukraine's ambassador will sit with First Lady Jill Biden as her guest. The president also expected to highlight the passage of his infrastructure bill, hailed by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
There's a great deal we've accomplished in a short time with the slimmest of margins.
Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says the current administration has failed its own tests and has the public approval ratings to match. Russian forces in day 6 of the barrage against the population centers in Ukraine.
The second largest city, Kharkiv, was hit today with 2 cruise missiles, killing at least 6 people and injuring many others. That incident described by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as undisguised terror and a war crime. And it comes as the capital of Kyiv worries they will be next. There's a 40-mile-long convoy of Russian troops, tanks, and artillery units headed toward this city. Civilians, in the meantime, those who can get out of the city, are doing so. Kyiv remains tense tonight with checkpoints throughout the city and a curfew in place.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Kyiv. Ukrainian President Zelensky's office has also reported a missile attack on the site of a Holocaust memorial where the Nazis killed over 33,000 Jews over 2 days in 1941. It's the kickoff of the 2022 midterm elections with Republican primaries in Texas for House seats, Attorney General, and Governor. Opening day is canceled. Major League Baseball players rejecting what owners call their best and final offer. The labor dispute, the first in 27 years, as lockout talks collapse just hours before management deadline. America is listening to Fox News.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Chili's has the seafood you crave and the flavors you love this Lenten season. Indulge in delicious Lent-friendly soups, salads, appetizers, and entrees. Like our loaded baked potato soup, quesadilla explosion salad, our savory Cajun shrimp pasta, or our mouth-watering grilled ancho salmon. Ask about our black bean burger options, like our tasty mushroom Swiss or old-timer with cheese. This is a limited-time offer, so hurry in and enjoy all the tasty Lent options this Lenten season. We're located on the second floor of Two Sands Plaza. At Chili's, savor the moment.
Georgia's new electoral district maps will go into effect after a ruling from a federal judge.
A U.S. district judge in Georgia says there is no time to make changes to a map of state legislative and congressional districts set by Georgia's legislature and signed into law by Governor Brian Kemp. Georgia is holding primaries this May. 6 different lawsuits were challenging the new map, claiming it disadvantaged minority voters and thus violates the 1965 Voting Rights Act. Each state is redrawing maps for this year's elections due to the U.S. Census revealing population growth and shifts. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Lawmakers in Nebraska have advanced a measure that would have public schools teach lessons about the Holocaust and other episodes of genocide. A major retailer looking to improve areas of its brand.
Macy's is updating its business, committing to spend $5 billion between now and 2025 to create a more equitable and sustainable future. The retail company says that includes its pledge to raise its minimum wage to $15 an hour, which will happen by May 1st, and it is adding education benefits. Macy's also has a social purpose platform called Mission Everyone. It's promising to increase investment in underrepresented designers, brands, business partners, products, and service providers. Ginny Coselda, Fox News.
Olympic gold medalist and activist Tommy Smith is working on a graphic novel based on his life. The 77-year-old won the gold medal in the 200 meters at the Mexico City Olympics in 1968, but is best known for what he and bronze medalist John Carlos did at the medal ceremony when they each raised a gloved fist to protest racial injustice during the playing of the national anthem. Norton Young Readers has announced the book about Smith called Victory, Stand Raising My Fist for Justice will come out in September. I'm Lisa Sarah, and this is Fox News.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
When one of my family members needs to be seen by a medical provider for an illness or injury that's not life-threatening but still requires immediate medical care, I go to the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. With convenient hours, no appointment needed, and medical providers I trust, I know my loved ones are receiving quality medical care. I trust the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. You can too. For more information, go to www.fhpguam.com. FHP Health Center, the island's only truly dedicated urgent care.
Portions of the program brought to you by our crew at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and Chili's with the seafood you crave. The flavors you love this Lenten season. Indulge in delicious Lent-friendly soups, salads, appetizers, and entrees. Find them on the second floor of the Two Sands Plaza. That's Chili's.
Rediscover talk radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
State of the Union, baby. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, the excitement, Ray.
I'm just hold me back. Well, I had this image up on the screen. Apparently, they've decided that the wardrobe guys have said this is the look for Joe. I don't know if he's going to go with the red thing in the nose, but we'll just watch and see what happens when things get started. The State of the Union address. President of the United States is going to, and I'm trying to figure out how there's going to be touting. How we can tout. And so what I think is going to happen, I think is begin to telegraph some of the things that we've got is going to be more pillow talk. Yeah. Joe, behind you, leaning in, sniffing, whispering words in your ear.
At least Nancy will be clapping.
Free college tuition for life.
Best I can do is a crack pipe.
Well, yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on Hunter. Now, as you pointed out, earlier today, there are drinking games that are attached to all of this, and we found what I was looking for though was bingo, because I'm a bingo guy.
You are a bingo
I
guy.
like bingo, and they got there's a build a new bingo is what they're calling it. Under the B will be economic security. So when Joe Biden starts talking about reparations for African Americans, yay! We'll put that
That's
in
for
there.
the B.
Paid family and medical leave. Let's put it, yay! Look at all this free stuff I'm going to get. Raise the minimum wage. Yay! Raise the minimum wage. Also, under the B column for economic security, we've got Build Back Better. Although I don't know that he's going to say that. That is again one of the marks, if you will, of this just the disaster that the guy got. He ran on the idea that he was going to unite the nation. We've had enough bickering amongst ourselves. We've been so divided here. I'm going to unite. The guy couldn't keep a united Democratic Party. He was fighting with other members of his party to move forward with Build Back Better, and it hasn't happened, thank God. And I don't know that it's going to have. If he uses the word corporate greed, go ahead and fill in a spot on that. I always like to hear the words fair share. I like that. Fair share is another one of those examples. You just use two words that just feel good together, don't they? You know, if these companies would pay just their fair share, which grows out. What is my fair share of the taxes that I pay? And I wouldn't mind paying whatever they think is a fair share, but I sure would like to be able to get more out of it. I just,
Value.
And I'm not talking about more free stuff, because it's guys in my tax bracket, guys in your tax bracket that are paying for all of the stuff that everybody else is taking care of, the advantage of our fair share. Well, I'll tell you what, go get a job and contribute to some of that. But they've made it so darn easy to be able to navigate all of the free services that come out of the government that are paid for by the producers, that you don't need to work. No. I just sit around the house. You know what I need? I do need money, though, for the vape. Is there any way that, when I go get my vape juice, I can get that? Is there a card I can give them, like the Quest? Do they take Quest over at the vape places?
No, they can't.
But if they did, that would be perfect.
That would be.
Yeah. And where's my free gas money, Gov? Ave? Where's my $300? Give me that $300. Well, I might still buy something. As opposed to the way things are going, it cost me $300 to fill up the tank, which isn't ridiculous. It already cost me $100 to fill the tank up in the car. Could things go up any higher? You need only look at Europe and the desperation that those guys have. That they want to do something about Ukraine. Besides, putting the Ukraine flag on their Twitter. They want to do more, but they're afraid if they get into Putin's face, he's going to cut them off for oil and gasoline right in the middle of winter. So watch and see how some of these political and economic games are getting played, and how we are getting played in the process. 9:11 in the morning, and that was the big story here today. As we start moving into the end of the day, is what are we going to do about the price of gasoline, and what can be done about the price of gasoline? I proposed maybe a change in the liquid fuels tax, but if they did. 2 weeks ago, when I said, let's eliminate the liquid fuels tax, that would have saved every man, woman, and child on Guam that bought a gallon of gas $15 for each gallon that I'm sorry, 15 cents for each gallon that they bought, right? And now, yesterday, they raised the price of gasoline by 10 cents. So congratulations, you would have netted a nickel a gallon. and it's just not as sexy anymore. And in another couple of weeks, they'll raise it another 10 or 15 cents and eliminate any relief that you would have gotten out of that. Where else can we go to find some savings? What can we do? And really, I'm with Dave Sablon on this one. Now I'm questioning everything. I went to go visit a buddy of mine up at the very north, almost to Letexen yesterday. I went almost all the way to Letexen, and if I wanted to, I could have, except the gate was closed because, I don't know, they're doing COVID cleanup or something like that down at
sanitizing.
Yeah, and it occurs to me after I'm driving the car for some ways, wow, it's a long way to go.
Oh, forever.
And I had just put gas in my car at the Shell station. What's that sound effect?
Forever.
And
almost there, eh?
Yeah.
Are we there yet?
Are we at starts? You ever drive? And it's even this will work here on Guam. Have you ever driven and gone? I think I've gone. Did I miss the turn? Have I?
Oh, many times.
Where's the turn? And I remembered. Okay, the turn to get there is over by the starts, and so I'm like, oh, that's right. I haven't passed starts, so I think I'm okay. Otherwise, because I think if you stay on that road long enough,
oh yeah,
Anderson Air Force Base,
you'll be there.
You'll be there. You come into
Junction.
the front of Anderson Air Force Base. So it's one of those things. Yeah, you got to kind of pay attention. And who's on that road much anymore? There's a bunch of contractors, and otherwise it was quite lonely. Though I will say that it was more of a pleasure to drive to that location than before. But I worry that more and more guys are going to go, hey, they fixed that road on the way down to Retidian. It's nice now, bro. Hey, get the TV, get that old TV set, go and get some of the junks, that old lawnmower. Let's go and wash and dry. We'll just go and dump it there.
I hope not.
You know what? I didn't see anything, but maybe that's because it was, might have been. There's still some kind of you know what? I think the theory is, hey, some of this military land, right? They'll shoot us. They will come out with their M16 bud and shoot us if they catch us dumping the couch. So let's we'll go to Two Lovers Point. There are no M16s out there. 9:14 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. But Dave Sablon brought up an interesting point, and at the risk of restarting the conversation, at which point, given the significant federal dollars that we've got access to, at which point do we say, yeah, WAGD and the group GRRP, they were holding out for one of two things to happen. One of them was to change the law that says that waste energy and incineration on Guam is illegal, or buy out our contract for $20 million in legal fees or something like that. At which point do we look at that and say, oh, it's $20 million. Maybe we ought to buy back that license from GRRP, what's left of Wagdy's company. Maybe we ought to do that. And then we'll go find JB over at the Guam Power Authority and say, here is another way to make electricity here on Guam. Now, there might be people, not going to say there are, because this is the point. And I think most people aren't all histrionical about the environment. I think this is something that could benefit the environment. And in simple terms, we take the trash at my house, 99% of which can be burned, and you stick it in an oven thing, and you make it burn very, very hot. And then from the heat generated by that burning, we turn that we put some water underneath that, and then the steam goes, and we got a steam turbine, and that turbine goes around and around, rotor, stator, and magneto, and bang, there we go with we are making electricity literally out of trash. Is it Guam Greyhound? No, Guam Greyhound, the racetrack up in Jigo. I was up there the other day. And I want to say that I was doing mad, kind of...
Donuts,
drifting.
Yeah.
And you know what they got up there?
What?
They got a bunch of tires.
Oh, yeah.
Which might be the only place in the world, except for, Nana's house, where she likes to take the tires, turn them inside out, and use them as planters. That might be the only other place on Guam where you've got a secondary use for those tires, because they ain't going back on cars anymore, so they use them for bumpers.
Yeah.
At some of the places.
Trucks,
Absolutely brilliant idea until they fill up with water and we make mosquitoes. But The idea that, it's reduce, reuse, recycle. But what if you could take all of those tires and instead of shredding them, instead of shipping them off island or something like that, you just throw them in there. You know how long a tire burns, right? Yeah,
long, man.
Long time.
Smoky.
We can make a lot of electricity out of that. How many kilowatts are inside of a tire? And I think it's a reasonable question. I forget what the numbers are. And then you take that and you sell the electricity back to GPA, or in their case, they take it and buy less oil because we're burning gas. Now, there's an argument that will be made that we don't generate enough trash. And I think with all of the people that we've got on Guam, Anderson Air Force Base, NBG and Sumai, what are the 5 guys at NICTAMS, right? If that's even still a place. Hey, we got our own subway, man. Back off, Chico. And then Camp Ben Blas, the Marine camp. I think maybe we will be able to make enough of it. And for no other reason at all, we've got to get out of the habit of putting trash in a dump. The only thing that we ought to be able to put in the dump anymore is stuff that we can't burn. We can probably send that to China because it's metal, or the ash that comes out of the deal. The landfill should be able to last a whole heck of a lot longer if we're not burying trash. I know some of you are going to say, but the environment. Same way that the power plants that we use have to go through strict adherence to the rules and regulations and compliance with EPA. Can you imagine what they would have to do for something that burns things and makes smoke by its very nature? And there are rules and regulations and compliance that's already in place, and places that are doing just fine with all of that.
They got filters and scrubbers and all that for the...
They got a guy. There's a guy.
The kuya.
Yeah, we got a guy.
The chimney kuya.
He's our chimney sweep, right? Looks like Dick Van Dyke, except he's Filipino. 9:19 in the morning. Oh, see now, as I said, it was the beginning of a longer conversation. But as we watched the price of oil go in this direction, all of a sudden, any of the costs, including the lawsuit, begin to go in this direction, and it's getting to a point where the XY is starting to look a lot more attractive, I think, than it did before. West Texas crude, again, over $100 a barrel. We start looking at avoided costs here, and it starts to look pretty sexy, doesn't it, Dave?
Yes, it does, Ray.
Welcome back. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist going back over that because I thought that was an interesting topic. We are all going to be begging. Correct. We will all, in 6 months, if things go the way they are right now, and I don't see any reason for them to stop, we will all be begging for a way to make electricity cheaper and gasoline more accessible.
Well, let me give you some facts here. The Navy is all for this. They have this mandate within a few years. They have to produce at least 25%, I believe, if not more, of their electricity on base has to come from green energy. This is the best green energy that you can think of because the fuel source is garbage. Mm-hmm. With the sun, God takes care of that. Cloudy days, we won't have any electricity. At night, we won't have any electricity for the solar panels. But garbage is produced all day, 24 hours a day. We do have enough on this island. The old ORDOT got to have scale there, and we were producing close to 600 tons a day of garbage. Now, with the receiver down at Lidzon, his scale is showing only about 300 tons, which means that somebody throwing garbage into the boondocks because they don't want to pay these high costs. And this is a fact. The receiver had to use the Section 30 money that came in from the federal government to subsidize the debt service for the Luzon.
Right.
If it was the cost of service that we have to pay, it'll probably be more than $30 a month for each household, probably closer to $60 a month. And at that point, have 600 tons of garbage, which is to help the environment anyway.
No, you're breaking up a little bit, Dave. You're breaking up a little bit, but as I said, it's one of these things that you ought to be able to put on a bar graph or a chart or a Gantt or something like that that will show all of the benefits of it. And I don't understand why they're not embracing even a conversation. When was the last time you got a call back from anybody over at the administration?
It's been maybe a couple of years. Ever since the governor made a speech that not during her administration would she ever consider waste to energy. But that's something that
well, that's a holdover. That's a holdover because when she was with Ben, he was a speaker and she was the vice speaker. Ben had whatever his issues were with waste to energy and incineration. He didn't like the business deal, doesn't like any the clouds in the sky, and all of that stuff. And I think her and others. I mean, there was Joanne Brown that was also quite insistent. It was her legislation that banned waste to energy on Guam.
Well, I'm always open to talking to all of these individuals, and if you have the facts and you understand the data, and you still believe in what you believe, you don't agree with waste energy, so be it. But many of these people that are not for it, Ray, don't understand it. They don't even know. They haven't even read the contract. So how can they have such opinions?
I've read the contract. It's not that hard. It's fairly, I'll write it out in crayon so you can get it. 9:23 in the morning, and I appreciate the callback on this. I think we ought to reinvigorate the conversation and maybe find a way to say, all right, listen, I know you guys don't want to spend the whole $20 million. Maybe we'll do some kind of settlement and work things out, or actually change the law. This might be an opportunity to do that because the price of oil is not going up. Simon Sanchez years ago said, we need to divorce oil, and there's no, in my mind, more logical way to do that and still be able to provide electricity. And we're not talking, it's base load, however you want to define it, but it'll still make a whole lot of electricity and offset the cost of the oil that needs to be brought in. I got to run. I need to talk to somebody about the Catholic Church, and a ruling came out the other day. I'll see you soon, Dave.
All right, take care.
Nice to meet you. 9:23 in the morning, 888-8255-888-TALK. Marie, hold on a second. Can you do me a favor and get Marie's number and see if we can get a call back on her later? Because I wanted to get this conversation going with Frenchie, who is on the line right now. Frenchie, with Jungle Watch, and we didn't have a chance to explore anything the other day, but I've got a little bit of time here in this part of the program, and I want to ask, to the best of your ability, number one, what does the Catholic Church here on Guam, the Archdiocese, still own? And what do you suppose is the future for the Archdiocese to continue in what felt like business as usual with the schools and the cemeteries and the parking lots and all of the other stuff? Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, Ray. How are you? Well, the answer is simple. Nothing is going to be as usual. The trial that was going on last week was basically to find if the diocese was legally able to establish that even though the Archbishop is a corporation sole and he holds the property in trust for the schools and the parishes, that they were in fact had a trust when they returned it, and it basically they were not able to establish it for several reasons. Number one, the bar is very high to do so. You need to fill 3 prerequisite legal situation that you have to prove, and the Archdiocese was not even able to prove one of the 3. And so besides the fact that the plaintiffs were ready and loaded for bear and did a very good job presenting their case, and the fact that the Archdiocese defense team looked at times like they were like deer in headlights, that is a second conversation there. But basically, the Archdiocese was not able to prove the requisite case law that has been established in the U.S. regarding those type of issues. So now the judge has encouraged, because there is still a process where they can settle out of court. And it's a judge called Judge Fortis, who is located in Hawaii, who is handling those negotiations between the debtor, which is the archdiocese, and the creditor, which are some banks, some purveyors, and of course the survivors of the sexual abuse. At least 290 of them or something. Not the totality, but a large majority. And so the judge still encouraged them to try to settle. The creditors have made a proposal for how to handle the situation now that they have won the case. It's a 138-page legal document that I'm trying to wrap my mind around because it's a lot of legal terms and things. But and then the next step will be to see if the archdiocese is agreeable to the terms that the creditors are advancing, or if they want to negotiate a few things. So there is still several steps before what the creditors are proposing is to establish a trust besides some payments in cash, insurance payments and so on, to put all the properties that have been found to belong to the archdiocese in a trust that will be run by a elected trustee who would then be in charge to manage that package. And then when there is a needed monetary settlement necessary, decide which property would be
liquidated,
to be liquidated. Now, the archdiocese had made a proposal originally which covered what they had deemed as non-essential properties, in which they have many different types of properties. But
well, as a Redemptoris Mater, as an example, would have been one of those.
Well, yeah, but this one has already been sold in order to pay for the lawyers.
Yeah.
So this is water under the bridge. It's already done. But like the head of the survivors noted, it's been 6 years. The $6 million has already been paid to the lawyers, and the victim has still not received a penny. So.
Well, that's the chance that you take when you go to court.
I probably knew was going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a risk.
So the Catholic community is kind of split. You have some people say, "Oh, yeah, we won," and the others will say, "Well, yes, we need to repair the wrongs that have been done, but at the same time, we need to understand what's going to happen." And I think a lot of people are lost at this time. And the archdiocese had a meeting with all the pastors and the school principal on Monday to meet with the lawyers so they could be explain what was going on and what would be coming in. There is on Saturday morning another hearing in court which will cover some of the things the creditors are proposing. So we'll see. It's not finished. But basically, legally, the archdiocese has lost his case. Now it's a question on how the rabbit is going to be skinned.
Yeah, and I appreciate the analogy here. As a graduate of 5 years at Father Duenas Memorial School, Joel, you were there for 5 years, too.
It took you that long to graduate?
Well, I went to summer school every year. We used to refer to that as fifth quarter, and I went to summer school every year, so I had 4 more quarters than most of the other guys did. So, yeah, five-year plan is what we referred to that as, and they marked me as a 5-year man pretty much the first day of my freshman year. At any rate, so Father Duenas Memorial, as an example, an asset of the Catholic Church, the Archdiocese here on Guam, and now on the table for consideration? Essential, not essential? Is it possible that the folks that are going to be determining what does and does not get liquidated or placed into a trust, is it possible that they could say, you know what, that Father Daniel's property out in Ties, looked like a great piece of property. Let's go and sell that first.
Well, this is where,
because I don't think they want to take over the school.
This is where the whole conflict is going. So it is, of course, very tempting for the creditors to say, well, let's get rid of all the most valuable properties and see what's left afterwards.
Wow.
But since the resulting trust has not been established, all the people that donated for that school, for example, the land, the buildings, and something, there is no resulting trust. So then, yes, the simple answer is yes. But then, of course, people also understand all the emotional package that is packed up with, for example, liquidating an asset like FD. That would be very counterproductive, most likely, on some of the victims' parts, and some of them are graduates of FD. You know,
I imagine that would be the case. So I would make the case that you sell it to an alumni association, or at least give them a first right of refusal, and say, look, if this doesn't go this way, then we're going to make it a mall.
Yeah. Well,
which would be their prerogative as the new owners of the property.
This is where all the tractations are going right now. I think the archdiocese will prevail in first getting rid of the properties deemed as non-essential, which would be like the Chancery building, for example, because the archbishop can take his office and put them someplace else, which is worth several $1 million right there on that hill.
Can you imagine?
There are already people getting together to see if they can purchase it and then give it back to the incorporate it and then give it the use back to the archdiocese. So I guess you could also entertain those kind of ideas for FD or for any of the other entities that are at risk. But then there is a thing like the baseball field in Talafofo next to the parish, which is owned by the parish, but which is basically used by the whole city of Talafofo is using that baseball field. And so the archdiocese has deemed it as non-essential that could be sold. But then the mayor was not happy.
Well, you just go. It would be topsy-turvy. It would throw things into a kind of a mess here. And as the communities tried to blend out and be able to even visually say, okay, this is church property. Oh, really? It's an asset now of the victors in this court case, and they can and would be able to do whatever they want to with it. If they want to turn them into nightclubs, etc., they'd be more than that would be to their prerogative. 9:35. This will be fascinating to watch over the next little bit. Frenchie?
It's still a developing story. I will try to keep up with it. It's a lot of reading, a lot of looking at the different things. Yesterday, I was meeting with some of the ladies from LFM, the Laity Forward movement. There are many groups that are. That were involved in the fight against Apuran that are also very concerned and rightly so. And then you have people that say, well, if they did something first, that wouldn't have happened. And you also have the real true Catholics that have given a lot of those properties that say, my uncle gave this property and so on. But I understand we need to give reparation to the victims. And so there are many different positions, and the judge has been really trying to give the archdiocese as much leeway as she could within the confines of the law, but they were not able to bring any convincing case law in order to rule in their favor, and that was basically it. Now, of course, it was also underlined that some of the documentation was destroyed. So.
That will make an interesting conversation and an interesting article on Jungle Watch. It's 9:37, Frenchie. I appreciate you giving me your view on this, and I have no reason to disagree with it. We'll just and I wholeheartedly agree with that statement. This is a developing story, and we'll watch and see how it plays. Is it possible that one day I might have to host a fundraiser of Father Duenas alumni so we can buy our school back? It's going to be fun to watch. It is, and the Academy of Our Lady of Guam might need to get all of their alum back together to buy back their school.
And maybe the current government can raise money for it. She's an alumni, right?
Yeah, she's got plenty of dough.
She's conflicted there because, of course, the Archdiocese also owe a lot of money to her bank, and she's part of the creditors.
We'll rent it for a quarantine hotel. 9:37. I'll talk to you soon, Frenchie. And thanks for the time.
All right.
Thank you very much. You're very welcome. I appreciate getting a hand on somebody that's got some expertise in this. All I saw was that they lost the court case, and it involved cemeteries and schools and church facilities, etc. And I got to thinking about that. Wait a second. I was just in a church at St. Anthony, and I went to St. Anthony School, and I went to Father Duenas Memorial, and we all got chased out as Duenas men off the parking lot at the Academy of Our Lady of Guam. Leave those girls alone, Gibson. Do I need to call your grandmother? I've heard that more than once. All of those memories. I mean, it could be bulldozed, could be changed. They will become assets of some kind of a trust, as he says, and the trust will, at some point, may determine that the smartest move would be to liquidate these assets, the same way that you'd sell an old house or go to Nissan and say, "Here's my old car, give me that one in trade." You never know how it's going to play out. Could you imagine, Real Joe? I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not saying I've heard it's going to happen, but it is in the realm of possibility that you and I might have to do car washes.
Oh yeah.
Right. What are you raising money for? We have to buy back our school. Sorry, gonna buy back our high school. I know. Didn't you pay tuition while you were there? 20 away from 10 o'clock in the morning. Tell you what. Let me grab a quick break here. We'll come back and figure out how we're gonna kill the rest of the show.
Be in the know. Want to keep your family safe from high-tech trouble? Introducing Bark Jr., a new online parental control app that's free for GTA Wireless and Internet customers. Bark Jr. monitors apps and social media, manages online screen time, and filters websites to protect your family from inappropriate online content. Sign up for any GTA postpaid wireless or internet service and get Bark Jr. for free today. Call us at 671-644-4482 or visit us at gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Denado 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
20 away from 10 o'clock in the morning. Subway keeping the Eat Fresh Refresh subs rolling in. Fresh take on your timeless classics. Try the honey mustard rotisserie style chicken. Brand new Subway rotisserie chicken with flavor upgrades. Craving some heat? The Baja Turkey Avocado hits all of your hot notes. Tuck into new subs to savor at Subway Eat Fresh. Oh, this is a good one. Here's a Biden State of the Union bingo. Print this out. Keep it handy. And be prepared to make an X or fill in the whole time. I'll bet I might actually do that. I might actually print this thing out and check out the thing and see what kind of pattern I can have, right? I got a dabber.
You got a dabber bag, Ray?
I got a dabber, but every time I use it, I go to sleep. Hey. Biden State of the Union bingo when he says, well, anyway, fill in a spot. Here's the deal. If he coughs into his hand, when he panders to minorities, fill it in. Whispers into the mic. I did that. You remember that? Yeah. What a freak of a president. Kamala fake laughing. We did it, Joe. If he utters the word malarkey, here's one that we're probably going to hear a lot of. He's going to blame the Republicans. He will. Something will. It will be a topic. Oh, I couldn't do this because of the GOP. If he makes up a word, if he blames Trump for something, that should have been the free space, if you ask me. Green New Deal, attack on democracy. He's been fond of using that kind of phraseology lately. Jim Crow or Jim Crow on steroids. The thing with the thing. If that, I don't know if that's going to come out. That's kind of a long shot on that one. The phrase "build back better," or among our favorite phrases, "Come on, man."
Yeah, my favorite.
That was. I remember listening to the debate with him and Trump, going, "Yeah, it's kind of interesting." He used that a lot. Come on, man. 9:42 in the morning. 888-825-588-TALK is the telephone. Real Joe, did you ever have any hit records in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s?
No, never.
Never.
Not even a one-hit wonder, right?
Nothing that's playing on Spotify right now.
Never.
That sucks. You know why?
I can't pull it.
You know what a lot of guys are doing right now? Another story on a favorite and a huge musical artist, songwriter that is selling his library. And do I know what the number is going to end up being? No, I don't think so, because they haven't actually done it. It follows in the footsteps of Bruce Springsteen, Paul Simon, Sting, Mick Fleetwood, Bob Dylan, Neil Young, and others that have sold off their library by ways of making some kind of an investment. But we need to invest a little bit of time in what's happening in the community. Marie Halloran is online. Good morning, Marie. How you doing?
Good morning. Fine, thank you. I was listening to Frenchy. Very interesting.
Oh, so many incredible things could be going on. Much of the trial is done. The archdiocese lost, and now it comes time to figure out how they're going to make the victims whole, which is something that the archbishop is certainly inclined to. I think he came out with a rather conciliatory letter that came out on the heels of the last deal, the last judgment over at the court, and he as well is seeking justice for these guys, but at the same time trying to hold the church together. What will the form of the church take if all of the assets of the church are not owned by the archdiocese? A very interesting conversation and an interesting way.
Especially the schools.
Yeah, especially the schools. Anyway, what's on your mind?
Oh, okay. Rainbows is celebrating their 34th annual second virtual 3.5 miles run walk for youth 2022. Yes,
it's impossible. You're not that old.
You're probably not born yet. Okay.
I'll take the credit.
Anyway, so this year we're going to have the venue over at the GPO, Guam Premier Outlets, and it's going to be an interesting route. The 2.5 miles, it starts at GPO, former Chuck E. Cheese, go around the block, GPO Challenge San Antonio, Marine Corps Drive, then Felix Camacho Drive, Fahrenheit Avenue, and then back to Challenge San Antonio, and then it ends up back to Chuck E. Cheese. But you don't really, because it's virtual, you don't really need to do that route. You can do any route you wish. And, of course, it's an honor system. And the only trick is you need to do it one day. You can't do.
Okay. Can't lump them all together. Okay.
Okay. So early registration is $15, and it already started up to March 6th. Then late registration is $20 from the 7th to the 18th, and then race dates is 7th to the 18th. Register at GPO by Ross, close to ITNE. And then that's on weekdays is 5 to 7 p.m. And then on the weekends is 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Could be up to 7. Then St. Anthony Catholic School, you can register there from 8 to 5 p.m. on weekdays. And then Father Duenas Memorial School from 8 to 3 p.m. weekdays. On March 19, we are going to have the celebration and finishers packet from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Center Court at GPO near Nike. And the stage will be where Cinnabon is. And then after the finishers packet, make sure to bring your date and time and the bib. So important. Because with the bib, it tells us that you're registered. And the
And you pay.
bib will be
Don't be
flat.
like I know some sandbaggers that don't pay until they know what their time is or if they're going to a place, and then they pay and say, okay, I was in the race all along. Sure thing, buddy. 946. Is there a website or a Facebook or how do people find you?
In the website, but I kind of want to tell them that there is okay, so 11 to 1, what are we doing? Finish your packet, make sure you have the bib because like you said, somebody would say something to you and and then the bottom part, the perforated part of your bib is drawn in the tumbler. And then the recognition of donors and special guests and all that. And then we have the most interesting is the raffle prizes and surprises. So GPO is giving away $1,000 worth of gift certificates. Could be for the vendors that are participating in it. And Sabaki is giving a weekend over at Sabaki Towers worth over $1,000.
I'll take it. My birthday's coming up.
Oh, when's your birthday?
May 11. May 11. Remember, I'm a Taurus and
May
a Tiger.
11.
Yes, 19th.
May 11.
Yes.
It's only March now.
No. Just talk to the guys over at Tsubaki. They'll take care of it. Hey, Liz, I got to run. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Do me a favor. You've got my email address. Send me a flyer so I can put it up on the screen.
Oh, sure. I'll do that.
Okay, very good. All right, tell John I said hi.
Okay.
I know there's crazy stuff going in the world. Tell John to breathe through his nose and calm down. It'll be all right.
Yes, I will.
All right, I appreciate it. 9:48. Hey, there's some people you got to do that to, right? Just got to calm down. It'll all be over. I mean, you got to imagine. You got to put yourself in the shoes of the lefties. Even though he was maybe the second greatest president of my life, Trump had lasted 4 years. And it is possible that we might be out of this national embarrassment here in another 3.5 or so. We'll watch and see what happens when it gets to be time for the State of the Union address here with President Joe Biden, who's going to be at the podium trying to convince you that all of the months in the last 365 days, it's just been, it's not as bad as it looks. Maybe that ought to be. That's how I'd start. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States of America. And he gets up there, and after the applause, thanks, everybody. Nancy, Jill. It's not as bad as it looks.
I would respect that, Ray.
Right?
I would.
Yo,
but he's not going to do that.
That Afghanistan thing, just got away from me. I don't know. I was put it out. I left it to the generals. The general told me everything was going to be all right. I didn't know. They told me they'd take all the keys out of the Hummers so the Afghanistan, the Taliban wouldn't be able to use. Sorry, I guess we didn't. Most of those dogs made it out alive. About that. The southern border. We finally got them staying in Mexico again. That was Trump's thing. It will. No fentanyl. Don't take that. That's what will happen.
Yeah.
Fentanyl's
killing everybody.
Yes, it is. And the cartels have now taken over from the Mexican cartels have taken over for the American cartels. Those bloodthirsty folks. They're worse than the Taliban, if you ask me. Because they'll come after you with machetes while you're still alive. I don't know. 9:50 in the morning, and I do want to make mention of this before I let Jack take a stab at some of the things that we've been talking about all day. Today's Guam Daily Post, and there's a story down at the bottom. Man with machete robs Tamuning store, and I will bet many of you kind of turn the page on that because it's not news anymore. There's so many stores that get hit. There's so many break-ins that we're hearing about and burglaries and guys running around with machetes and slingshots and just kind of you don't even look at it anymore. There's a pronouncement that was made yesterday, and I'm sure it's printed somewhere, with the number of people that have died from COVID-19, the number of cases that we have here today, all of that kind of thing. And Vince Akimoto in the Post makes a good argument that says that we have gotten to that point in the fatigue where we just don't care anymore. They can set up a thing. 10 people died here. 6 people died. We've got this many cases, etc. It's just that everybody's heard it all before, and unless you're putting names and pictures, I don't know that it is meaningful or relevant to anybody that's paying attention. And I think that's the case with this story. Man with machete robs Tamuning store. And you go, Wonder what else is going on today, and turn the page. But the guy, and they don't identify him. Nick Delgado wrote the story and used the best quote of the week, almost as good as "The fight is here. I need ammunition, not a ride." Second suspect armed with a machete entered the store and demanded money. Then both suspects fled the scene. The suspects got away with an undisclosed amount of cash. The owner said, "It's sad, but this is how we live. This is how we live. This is what we've gotten used to. This is what we have learned to tolerate, is that we live in a town right?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. We live in a town where, you got one of two kinds of thugs out there. We got the kind of thugs that are crystal methamphetamine and need to get their next hit, and we got the kind of thugs that are out there that just want some easy money, so that maybe they can go buy some meth, or maybe they can go buy something to eat. I don't know, but hey, I did what I had to do. I robbed, I stole because I had to feed my family. There's other ways to feed your family. Don't cave to that kind of excuse. Let's not live up to what the Spaniards called us. You remember that in Indignation, when people say the Spaniards, the colonizers, they called us Isla de los Ladrones, and we're indignated about the whole thing. We're, oh no, how dare they? And then you look at the news and you take a look at the magistrate reports and they go, yeah, maybe the Spaniards were right about us. Maybe that's it. And I don't know how we're going to turn the page on this. They give the cops a raise. They're going to hire more cops, but I don't know if that's going to do anything. Take a look inside the Guam Daily Post, virtually any newspaper this week, and see all of the guys that are playing let's spin the wheel on sentencing. Where it stops, nobody goes, okay, oh, you got Judge so-and-so. Whoo! You got Judge so-and-so, and Judge so-and-so got the guy from the AG's office whispering in his ear, said, we got cut a deal. Got cut a deal. He'll go ahead and plead guilty, and basically your time served will be sufficient. And how many of those cases are in there? 9:53 in the morning. Bro, Jack, back on the line. Go ahead, Jack.
Hi, yeah, just a little bit of general house cleaning here. Earlier this week, we discussed about the Gold Star Family fundraiser. That's in March, right?
It's coming up. If you give me half
March
a second.
29th.
Go on with your comment about it, and I'll nail down the times and dates.
Yeah, so I think it was March 29th. I got caught off guard and it's my fault. I should have known there's not 29 more days in February. I know it's a leap year. So that was my fault. Yeah, I think it's in March. And another thing is I said that FEMA wasn't, what I meant was Homeland Security. Homeland Security wasn't in existence when PACA and Chataan hit. I don't think it was in existence. So, those are the two things that
you just called. Okay, I get it, because every once in a while somebody you don't want to be the guy that gets it wrong on the radio like me. Virtually every day something will come out of my mouth, and I'll listen to myself or watch the YouTube a little bit later on and go, ooh, that's not how I wanted that to sound. Tuesday, 29 of March at the Tower of London from 3 until 10 o'clock in the evening, and I think maybe you and I are going to get there about 3.
Yeah, we're going to start it early.
Well, wait. That's not starting it early for me. I want you to know that. And let me be clear. Here's the housekeeping. Ray Gibson wakes up at 4 in the morning, and the program is done at 10. Office work, some other management responsibilities will keep me going. And so my 8-hour day ends earlier than other people's 8-hour day. So happy hour in my lifetime can come a little bit earlier than the average bear.
It's almost like, remember Mike the Pilot? It's like, when you start drinking, Mike, oh, wow,
Yeah.
Everywhere around the world, there's a time zone in which I could be drinking.
Well,
so,
no, I'm also of the opinion, I think I invented the concept, that once you are in the United Lounge, you are in international territory, and really, any place where there is a wall that has 17 different clocks representing each different time zone where United puts an airplane on the ground, I think that means that it's happy hour all the time.
That rule should apply to bars, too. If you have, non-domestic beer and you're selling it, you should be able to sell that beer at its own time zone.
Amen to that.
I don't think that's going to apply anytime soon.
That's why you drink a lot of these what is it, Cold Waves and, was it Blue Wave? What's the name of that beer? Is it?
Yeah.
Now you can't remember.
I can't remember now.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
anyway, yeah. So I just wanted to do a little bit of general house cleaning there, and
Appreciate it.
let's just
Big
remember
wave.
also.
All right, I gotta go because we're talking about drinking, and there's all the guys on the Facebook Live going, "That's it. He started talking about drinking beer. Must be the end of the show. Show is over. Show is over. 9:50. Color good, as the man says. Can I tell you something I found out about Big Waves and all those Hawaiian beers? You said, hey, Kona Brewery, right? How about that Shaka Broad? You know who owns that outfit?
Not the Hawaiians.
Anheuser-Busch. I forget what I think there's an industry term for it, and I think it's interesting. There's a lot of people that go, yeah, I don't drink that corporate beer. I'm not a big corporate beer. You know what I like? I like strong IPAs. I like sours. I like craft beer. I want crafty beer. It's got to be crafty beer. It's got to come in a crafty bottle, and it can't be one of these the corporate beers that we've got out there. And a few years ago, the people in the corporate beer industry found out that that's what consumers want. So they went out and bought as many of these craft beer brewers and said, don't say anything. I don't want our logo on it. I don't want anything else there that makes any reference to us. As far as we're concerned, you just keep doing what you're doing. Don't change the label, and don't tell anybody. We'll just be happily ingesting you into our corporate family of beers. So I know. For some people, it might be what? Huh? What? Get out of here. It's like when you found out that Heineken wasn't made in Germany anymore, right? No, that can't be. Or Coca-Cola is a formula and can be brewed virtually everywhere. I gotta think about where we were today. I didn't get a chance to, even though I wanted to, take care of some celebrity birthdays. Ben Roethlisberger, who's got one of my favorite names in football to pronounce, is 40 years old today, and they're referring to him as former NFL quarterback Ben Roethlisberger because the athletic lifetime for guys in that sport isn't a long time. 40 years old, and he's already a former something. Get out of here. Daniel Craig from the James Bond movies is 54 years old. John Bon Jovi turned 60 years old today. Lorraine Newman, from back when Saturday Night Live was funny, is 70 years old today. And today also marks the birthday. He's still alive. I wonder what he's thinking now of what is happening in Russia. Former Soviet Union leader Mikhail Gorbachev is 91 years old today. He is still alive, apparently. And like I said, can you penny for your thoughts here, guy? What are you thinking? And I would hope that he, at 91 years old, is still lucid enough to enjoy it. 9:59. I didn't get a chance to tell you about Neil Diamond and what they're referring to as a big finish, but he is the artist that is selling the rights to Sweet Caroline, Ba, 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 Cracklin' Rosie, and Red Red Wine. A lot of people don't realize that, what's his name? Neil Diamond actually wrote the song Red Red Wine. That little rappy part in there, the line broke the mug, you get choked. Yeah. That was added by the guys in UB40. Hey, I got to go because it's 10 o'clock. We're KUSG, The Point.
HD3.
Plan to fight inflation. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden set to lay it out in his first State of the Union address in just about 2 hours from now. In excerpts released earlier, the president is set to say one way to fight inflation is to drive down wages and make America poorer, but he will say he has a better plan to lower costs, not wages, make more cars and semiconductors in America, and more infrastructure and innovation in America. Republicans turn to the heartland for the response to the president's address. In Iowa, Governor Kim Reynolds, in excerpts of her address, she's set to say that instead of moving America forward, it feels like President Biden and his party have sent us back in time to the late 70s and early 80s when runaway inflation was hammering families, a violent crime wave was crashing our cities, and the Soviet Army was trying to redraw the world map.
In being named to deliver the response by Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and House Republican Leader Kevin McCarthy, Governor Reynolds McDonald's accused the Biden administration in a statement of stifling free speech, free thought, and economic freedom.
Fox's Gernal Scott. The midterm election season is underway with primaries in Texas today for governor, Congress, and attorney general. The battles in Ukraine now in day 6, with U.S. defense officials noting the slow progress by Russian troops.
There are indications that Putin is frustrated as well, the way he's been dressing down his defense minister and his top general in public. 80% of Russia's pre-staged combat power, those 160,000 forces that he had on the edge of Ukraine, are now deployed inside Ukraine. And yet they have not taken any large cities. Some Russian units have been captured, officials tell us. They have evidence that some Russian soldiers have surrendered, even without a fight.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon. America is listening to Fox News.
Get all of your favorite Fox News podcasts ad-free on Apple Podcasts with Fox News Podcasts Plus. From Trey Gowdy, the Fox News Rundown, Will King, Brian Kilmeade, and so much more. Go to foxnewspodcasts.com for all the details. The Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, featuring insight from top newsmakers, reporters, and Fox News contributors. Listen and subscribe now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com. New from the Fox News Podcasts Network, Dana Perino, co-host of the 5 and America's Newsroom on Fox News Channel, returns to the world of audio with a new limited-time podcast, Everything Will Be Okay with Dana Perino. Building off the success of her best-selling book of the same name, Dana provides an unequaled brand of advice built on real-life experience and interviews experts and individuals that make a difference in the lives of others. Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
New research